Welcome to Duckling Open number 130. Welcome to the replay cast of our monthly tournament. Usually we do have a live cast, but unfortunately not this time, as I wasn't quite available as the tournament was happening. But we still collected those replays, and we have a lot of series to cover here because, yeah. We collected pretty much all the replays. We won't be casting the lower bracket, so I will already tell you that, but at least all of the upper bracket will be covered here today, so give energy to my voice. I am of course Kuro, also known as 16 Squad Sanseki, and as you may or may not know, I'm not the typical caster on CranKy Ducklings, but I do cover these amateur events. And I just realized that I do not have a scene switcher. And also, because this is a replay cast, I can pause the game as I'm fixing stuff. Hold on. This is a feature. Yes, I definitely remember to do everything. Don't worry about it. On that note, shout out to Jadolf, of course, who did make our new scene switcher plugin. Thanks to that, you can see our players. Okay then, back to the game. So welcome to Frostline LE, of course, where in the bottom left corner we have our red Protoss player. It is VGD, but it is actually Coast Phoenix. Meanwhile, across the map we have our blue Terran player. It is a new arrival in our tournament, I believe. A player from Singapore, if I remember correctly. It is Deception. Yeah, I was informed that Deception is actually an old school player who has not touched the game for quite a while, so it's interesting to have him here. Oh, I realized mistakes were made. Hold on. My OBS is way too small. I cannot see what I'm doing at all. There you go. Fixed. I have not casted in a while, in case you can't tell, so now my setup is all wrong. Okay. Now we're gaming. So, what do we have here? We have a Protoss player in Coast Phoenix. Going for the gateway on the high ground here. Into Cyber. And our Terran not doing anything tricky either. I don't know how common proxies are on Frostline, honestly. So, yeah, looks like we will have a proper macro game in our first series. Of course, we have our Duckling on the map. And that 30 is crazy. It is pretty crazy when you think about it. And the thing is that they are monthly now, but at one point they were weekly, at one point they were bi-weekly. Like the intensity of SDOs changes, also the
one probe goes down, unfortunately, for Ghost Phoenix. So nice snipe there for Deception. But yeah, the consistency, I guess, of the tournament varies depending on the season. But yeah, SDO has been here since 2017. Our first SDO tournament was in the October of 2017. We actually posted about it recently because it was an anniversary of our first tournament, and yeah, it's been running ever since. Now we have the Reaper Processor. Ooh, Ghost Phoenix traps that Reaper and will take it down, but pulled pretty much almost all of the probes with it. So, and yeah, and now the mining is not quite set up. So it was nice for Ghost Phoenix to kill the Reaper, but he also sacrificed a lot of mining time. At the same time, though, his units are across the map and already taking down 2 SCVs. That bunker will of course stop the follow-up aggression from those 2 units, but it's still nice to take some SCVs when I don't think he lost probes of his own. He lost one. Okay, he lost one. Because one of the probes was to the SCV and I guess one was to the Reaper then. So the players have evened out the odds. Adepts of course go past the bunker, but there are no SCVs to kill here yet. So we will have a little bit of a dance between those first units here on both sides. At the same time, at home, Ghost Phoenix is going for a Robo opening. Robo with a few gates to support that. We have 3 gates, I believe. Yeah, we have 3 gates, so 3 gates with a Robo support there. Still trying this aggression here, but the bunker is now too strong for those units. The Adepts didn't quite shade in time, but ooh, he may get this one SCV. Yeah, he gets the 1 SCV that was already pretty low. That's pretty nice. Meanwhile, what is our Terran player doing? We have Steam on the way, we have Factory with an add-on. So we have a bit of a 2-on-1 here with +1. So yeah, we'll see how that goes for Deception. Scan here reveals everything. Even the Twilight Currency actually is in the range of the scan. So Deception gets pretty good information about what is going on across the map. Yeah, we're waiting for those upgrades from our Terran player, and I assume once those are done, he will be moving out with this bio army. 2 medivacks are on the way as well. At the same time, Ghost Phoenix is working on Blink. He is sending a Phoenix right now, a hallucination, to see what is going on across the map, and he will see the production, he will see the medivacks popping out. So Ghost Phoenix knows what is coming, but is he ready for it? He has the Stalkers, an Immortal and a Sentry. He's still working on Blink, it's not even halfway done. Forge is on the way, and it looks like Ghost Phoenix is actually going to expand. Bit of a bold move, but we'll see if he can hold it. I mean, their army is not huge, so maybe with the right micro he can do it, but yeah, without Blink being finished, this may be a bit tricky. I mean, the base is not ready, so there are no shield batteries there or anything. Warping in a few more Stalkers, concussive shells are about to finish as well. Deception steams forward. Oh, he's focusing the Immortal, he wants to take the Immortal, and he's so close to getting it. He will get the Immortal, and yeah, Ghost Phoenix is pushed away, the Nexus had to be cancelled, and the 3rd base will be denied. Yeah, a bit too bold from Ghost Phoenix to try and take that 3rd base in the face of the Terran. Deception is trying to rotate, but Ghost Phoenix is keeping an eye on that. So yeah, this force was only there to pressure that 3rd to make sure it doesn't go up too early. And now it will be transferred into those 2 medivacks and dropping right into the main base. Of course, Ghost Phoenix has seen those medivacks flying away, or at least the units being left alone after the Divax flew away, so he has a few stalkers prepared here in the main base. Blink is about to be finished. Oh, but he's moving away. He puts a spotter pylon, but I don't know if that will be enough, if he will be able to come back here in time. It looks like Deception is not going to use that drop just yet. Looks like he will use it for a bit of a double prong, as the main army, now joined by Widow Mice, will be going to the front side of the base of the Protoss. Most of the forces of Cost Beings are at the third. They are also revealed by the scan, so Deception knows exactly what is going on. The drop is going into the main. At the same time, the main army is coming closer. The main mineral line is in danger. At the same time, we have the main army here at the front. Ooh, the Widow Mines do dig in, and they will cover these stalkers quite nicely. A lot of damage has been done. A lot of Marauders are still left over, so they will be able to deal with these stalkers quite easily. But in the end, the numbers are on the side of Cost Phoenix. But that said, the drop is joining with the main army, and now suddenly the roles reverse, and Deception has a pretty good army. But you have to remember, you have the shield batteries, you have the defense advantage, but it's still not enough. Deception is taking game number 1. Yeah, the one downside of covering the replays is that we don't get the victory sound at the end, but what can you do? GG. Yeah. GG. So that was game number 1 between Cost Phoenix and Deception, and we have game number 2. Let's get ready. As a reminder, of course, this was the last Duckling Open of 2024. But as we know, I mean, 2024 is about to end, so don't worry, Duckling Open will be coming back in the next season. I don't remember the date exactly. I think it's like maybe 3rd week of January. I would have to double check on the calendar to confirm that. But Duckling Open will be coming back for the next season. I can tell you that much. How many players were in this SDO? This month we had 8 players. We had exactly 8 players. That's why this is a double elimination bracket. And yeah, we will be covering most of the matches of the double elimination bracket. Unfortunately, I cannot show you the bracket because, of course, it would contain spoilers. And the Wikipedia bracket was a bit wonky in the display, so I decided to just go without the bracket today. You just have to trust me on how the matches go. Anyway, we are now on Lane Eyes, and in the top right corner we have our Protoss player from Finland. It is Cost Phoenix, also known as BGD. And across the map we have the blue Terran player from Singapore. It is Deception. This time we have a Rax expand before the Reaper. We're completely skipping the Reaper actually. So there will be no Reaper coming there from our Terran player. Meanwhile, from the side of Protoss, we have 2 gateways on the ramp as well, so... I say as well, I mean, it looks like it's Cost Phoenix who is more careful this time. Meanwhile, Deception feeling more confident, deciding to skip that first Reaper and just focus on building up at home instead. But that said, he is getting a few Marines, he is still getting that bunker, so that seems to be his go-to to protect his base early on. Ooh, and this time Cost Phoenix opens with a Twilight Council, not Robo like previously. Also Deception did see that there are 2 gateways and both of them were chronoed, so he can expect some aggression coming from our Protoss player. And it looks like once again it will be this, I assume 2-1-1 from Deception, but he is already working on a third command center, so definitely much more economical build this time, but at the same time he is trying to get ready for this aggression from the Protoss, building a second bunker. The first bunker is full of Marines as well. He pulls even a lot of SCVs with this as well, and I don't know if that's wise. There are actually 3 stalkers, 4 stalkers on the map. I don't know. There are more, there are more. I was like, is actually Ghost Phoenix like stopping this? Is he transitioning? But no, more stalkers are on the way. Gateway is not researched yet. It's about to be, so he's relying on the regular production from the gateways for the time being. And yeah, Deception has to be ready because more stalkers will be coming soon. Oh boy. Yeah, we will be taking a bit of a break. I'm pretty sure that Light has mentioned it already, but we are taking a bit of a break during the end of year season. That doesn't mean that there are no streams on CranKy Ducklings, because there still will be a bunch. But we are taking a bit of a break from organizing the event, so our tournaments will come back. I think around 13th of January. Like we usually take like at least like 2 weeks off, to regenerate, to reorganize stuff, to make sure that everything is cleaned up and proper. Gotta get ready for the new year, All those spreadsheets won't make themselves. Those who know. I do a lot of spreadsheets. But anyway, it looks like we're gonna have a bit of a standoff here. I mean, of course, Deception is getting ready for what may be coming as he's getting even more bunkers. The bunkers in the natural though still haven't fallen, and yeah, it looks like he's pretty ready. And at the same time, Ghost Phoenix is working on that War Priest, but he doesn't have high ground vision yet, so he cannot quite blink on top. And by the time he will be able to, Deception is already prepared, he already has that bunker, he's building even a second one just in case. He doesn't have any tanks. Usually you would see a tank in the main base to protect it. He's going for a Widow Mine instead. Which I don't know if that's an ideal choice, but it is a choice. So those SCVs are not mining, which is probably not ideal. But I mean, they are ready for whatever may be coming. Oh, even getting a turret here, just in case there are DTs coming. That's also very, very smart, very careful from Deception. But the first bunker looks like it will finally be going down. The repair is not quite enough. But a lot of the stalkers are already damaged as well. A few of them have fallen, I believe. Yeah, we have 3 stalkers dead so far. But with the War Priest now, we have reinforcements from the Protoss. Make sure that the damaged ones are on the back as well. And the SCVs have to be evacuated. Ooh, the Observer does go down to the turret though. Nicely done there. And looks like Deception is leapfrogging the bunkers around his bases, but the command said that the Orbital will be going down. Or it will be going down, maybe, potentially. It looks like it got the hug of help, I guess. And yeah, actually the Orbital is safe for now, but that said, the units have to retreat to the bunkers. But yeah, the Orbital got saved. It was just in time, just enough forces to push away Ghost Phoenix. As I realized that I didn't actually mark the score on the screen. There you go. But now the blink in, the bunker falls, the SCVs are not there in time, and the second bunker is actually empty. The Orbital is being lifted, but I'm not sure if it will be able to escape. It's already burning, so probably not. We have a few more forces on the high ground, but not that many actually. Most of our army was focused on the natural. The Widow Mine will help slow down the stalkers, but it looks like they will be marching forward. They blink on top of the ramp, and yeah, there are not enough units here for Deception, I'm afraid. The SCVs are being pulled off the line. The boys are trying to do what they can, and they will actually do a lot of damage to the stalkers. But there is more coming. We have to remember we have the reinforcing warpage. At the same time though, we have a drop across the map. Some of the forces of deceptions snuck away. And yeah, actually Protoss suffers great losses as well. In fact, Coast Phoenix loses all of the workers. There's 0 probes on the map. We have 0 probes to 4 SCVs. A very close game there but between our 2 players. But there are still a few more stalkers. I mean, there's still that warp is just chilling over here, warping in stalker after stalker, and Deception doesn't quite have the production to stop this. But at the same time, yeah, it's a matter of time basically, because Coast Phoenix had no workers and he was not really able to do much because the drop was still hanging about. And even if he made more workers, they would just die. And just like that, Deception will be taking the 2-0. Yeah. This a 2-0 for Deception, so GG, nicely played. Again, like in that second game, like Deception was just so careful. So like he was playing macro. Don't get me wrong. Like he made his command centers, but like he made bunker after bunker after bunker. And yeah, even though it was really close, like he barely had enough units to defend every time. Like he stalled the Protoss army enough to send a drop across the map, and because Coast Phoenix was so focused on the attack, yeah, he just completely skipped defending his main base. I don't want to say forgot, because that's not exactly what it was. It was more just like an all-in situation where he just sent everything he had across the map, and yeah, there was just not enough to keep his base alive. And because the all-in didn't do damage across the map, like, yeah, the game was over. Yeah, nicely done there by Deception, who will then be advancing to our next round. I'll already add him on my casting tool, make sure I don't forget. And that means we have the next series about to begin. And our next series will be Werehog versus Zergtanis. Good defense won, yeah? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not that it was a flawless defense, but it was good enough defense to just stall the all-in long enough, you know? Because that's really what you have to do, like, because it's an all-in. Like, the player who all-ins expects to get results, like, right now. There's no time for waiting. So if you're able to just stall for time, like, you have a good chance of taking the game. Okay. So with that, we are ready to start our next series. This is also the upper bracket quarterfinals, so the first round of upper bracket. And I believe this is between 2 Australian players. Let me quickly double check that. Yeah. So, welcome to Leylines, where in the top right corner we have our red Zerg player from Australia. Very interesting micro there. It is Zergtanis. And across the map we have our blue Terran player, which you may see on the screen as Trash Cannot, but it's in fact Werehog. Let me fix up those names real quick. There you go. Okay, so here's a bit behind the scenes, like behind the scenes production kind of things. You have no idea how happy I am with doing this whole like name thing, because for like the past year or two I've been using Stream Deck And like, it brings me so much joy to just make a button that just does things and just press the button and it does a thing. It's just, look, I can't describe, okay? That's it. I just enjoy pressing buttons. Anyway, we have a pull first. I mean, it was gas pull, I guess. Gas pull from Zerktanis into the hatchery. And 19, so, you know, not too early. But still. Not overly cheesy or anything. Meanwhile, we're going for the Reaper expand, so fairly standard things going on here. First SCV is also going for a scout, and we'll see this natural base being already morphed. We'll not go to deny the third, we'll go to scout the main base instead. And we already have drone at the third base, so it should be taken shortly for our Zerg player. Firstlings will of course nibble on the CV. And the third has been taken. Meanwhile, Zerktanis also gets a glimpse on the command center from Werehog, so he also knows that the expansion is coming. He also sees the Reaper though, which, once again, the Reaper is not going across the map. Werehog is being careful with this, making sure that he's not caught off guard. At the same time, he is going for that command center before Starport. So once again, of our players going for rather economical side of things. But only for so long, because we have 14 Zerglings on the way from Zerktanis and a Roach Warren to add as well. We have that SCV still somewhere on the map. I think that SCV might have died to Zerglings, in fact. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere, so I'm afraid that Werehog does not have vision across the map anymore. And again, we saw that the Reaper was staying at home. But because it's staying at home, I think Werehog must have seen that build before, and maybe he expects the aggression from Zerktanis. He has no idea about the roaches, but he definitely knows that something is coming his way. He has Hellions prepared as well, but is it enough for all these Zerglings? With a good micro it may be, but the Reaper order falls and so does the Marine. Ooh, the SCVs are trying to help with that whole position micro there and some repairs. Maybe? No repairs? Okay. So just some SimCity, like quick SimCity from the SCVs themselves. And yeah, that's enough to fend off these Zerglings, but as we know, roaches are next on the menu. That poor drone is stuck, by the way. It was just doing its best, doing its work, gathering minerals, you know. They told him to get minerals, and he got minerals, and now he's just there. Forever. Anyway, at the same time, Werehog is getting a Cloak Banshee, which will be pretty nice against the roaches, but also mostly, I guess, most importantly against the drones, I wanted to say. Like, just as a harassment unit, because, you know, again, Zerktanis will be focused on the aggression most likely, so it will be a good time to harass his mineral lines at the same time. We have a bit of a macro hatch from Zerktanis too. The lair just finished, so I assume the roach upgrades are coming as well. Yeah, we have the roach speed on the way. Taking a break to supervise the roach warren. Sure. So, you know, just a break. Forever. Most likely. I guess no, it would be really... Poor drone. It was just doing its job. Cat. I was about to say it would be released once this one of these fields gets mined out, but yeah, I guess we will not find out. Sad story, really. Meanwhile, the third base of the Terran is already nicely set up. We even have some depots to make sure that there are no runbys into the mineral line. Although I'm pretty sure they can still go like towards this bottom side, like behind the geysers. So it's not the ideal setup, but I mean it's already helpful. Like it already like breaks the formation of the Zerg. So any kind of wall, any kind of sim city is already a bit of help. Oh, as I totally missed that. The Banshees actually moved in and 14 drones have gone down. Look, dark blue is not the most of the visible of the colors. Like, can you tell where the Banshees are right now? I have to like really lean into the map to see the dark blue on the map. My bad. Yeah, the Banshees did dive in. They did take 14 drones with them, and they're not ready, like they're not done with their job yet. Of course they need some time to regenerate that energy, so they will wait in the shadows for the time being, but I assume Werehog will be diving in quite soon to this completely unprotected natural. There's not even a queen here actually. Yeah, the Banshees don't even cloak. I mean, there are no defenses here at the moment. And neither the Roaches nor the Zerglings shoot up. The Ravages maybe can try, but yeah, we need the Queens, we need the Spores, and it looks like Zergtani skipped on a bit of a defense, and he is now suffering for it. There is of course a Spore in the main base, so the Banshees won't have such an easy time over here. They're trying to focus it, but it's not a good idea, and with the Queens they are being focused, and yeah, the Banshees are going down, but at the same time we have the main army pushing towards the third base of the Zerg. We have tanks here, we have Hellbats as well. The Zerglings melt completely in the fire. The Roaches are trying to help, but they can't stand against the Marines, and the Terran is moving forward. The third hatchery is going down. Zergtani is unfortunately also supply blocked, so he cannot really make reinforcements. There are 12 Roaches on the way already though, so he already was able to kill those before the hatchery went down, I guess. Some of them are trickling in, unfortunately, but they are doing good damage on the Marines. The Medivacs are a bit behind. But yeah, it looks like Zergtani just does not have the numbers, and Werehog will be pushing forward. 12 links on the way. This is mostly a Marine army at this point. We have 2 tanks to support this. But yeah, the Zerglings are trickling in. There are no banelings with this army. The Queens are trying to help. The natural hatchery does go down. One of the tanks will be focused by the Queens, so that's a nice little victory there for Zergtanis. The other tank is actually left behind too, because the Medivacs were not able to dive in, so both tanks of Werehog will be going down. So, you know, small victories for Zergtanis, but it's definitely rough for him because the army has already been remade. In fact, it has doubled in size on the side of Werehog. So the next push will be even more painful. Meanwhile, Zergtanis is trying to remake that natural base. He of course has the macro hatchery in the main, so he's not out of production by any means, but you know, not having that mining definitely hurts. He doesn't have the mineral income, he doesn't have the supply, because if you remember he had to remake a bunch of supply just to make the reinforcement, just to make the units, so that also takes time and resources. Meanwhile, we have those double Medivac drops going across the map on both sides. Werehog preparing for a bit of a double prong attack. Actually triple, as it looks like the main army is also moving forward. It is being spotted by the Overlord, so Zergtanis is alerted to what is going on, but does he have enough forces to split the attention? Because you have this huge main army at the front door. We have the double Medivac drop in the main base, and another double Medivac drop is getting ready in the natural. Yeah, and with that, that is too much, and Werehog will be taking game number 1. So GG there for Werehog. Very solid game. And he will take that win over Zergtanis. So I just realized, why is Zergtanis marked as Protoss? That's... what? What happened? I think I have to take a look at the Wikipedia bracket. I don't know why he was marked as Protoss. Maybe because Artanis, you know. Yeah, Zergtanis is one of those players who takes the names from other races, but at least he added Zerg to it, so, you know, it's something. And welcome this time to Kingsco. We did not have that map yet. And we are looking at the base of our Red Zerg player from Australia. In the top left corner it is Zergtanis. Presenting Angel A, which... it says Armada, so is it Angel Armada? Maybe? Potential? Not sure. If anybody is familiar with the clan, do let us know. Meanwhile, across the map we have the blue Terran player representing the Donkeys. Also from Australia. He may be known as Trash Cannot, but he is a Werehog. Whatever a Werehog is, to be fair. I think it's like a werewolf, but it's a Werehog? Question mark? Or is a Werehog an actual animal? There are a few different hogs, but I think Werehogs is one of them. Question mark. Yes. And once again we have Zergtanis going into the gas into pool. He will expand with this as well, but yeah, it's I assume once again he will try to be aggressive early on, because he is focusing on that pool decently early. Like, it's not like a cheese timing early, but it is an aggressive opening from the side of Zergtanis. Meanwhile, Werehog once again going for the Reaper expand and once again sending the worker across the map. The SCV will be there to scout. We'll make sure that the natural base has been put down, has been morphed in. A wolf that turns into hog at the full moon. Sure. But this time Werehog is a bit more adventurous. He actually does send the Reaper across the map. And he will try to poke a bit at the Zerg. Oh, and then we have a different opening from our Zerg player as well. Zergtanis is going for that macro hatchery immediately. If you remember in the previous game, as I once again forgot to put the score on the screen. In the previous game we had Zergtanis take a third base at the normal location, and then the fourth hatchery was a macro hatch, but this time goes for the hatchery immediately before taking a third. And yeah, I guess we will be playing this slightly differently, but in the end it's a similar strategy, still going for a lot of Zerglings, waiting for the speed to finish, and then we'll probably try to go across the map, maybe deny some bases. But once again, Werehog was able to see this, and this time he had that Reaper across the map. He was able to already get a few Zerglings down, already shy of the count. And of course he was able to scout it. His units are also positioned in a nice way to gain a bit of a choke point there. To make sure that they don't get surrounded as easily as previously. Hellions are also on the way, so I assume there will be a very similar defense from Werehog. And yeah, Zergtanis is moving out with those Zerglings. Funny enough, they are split into two groups. I wonder if that is something that Zergtanis will be trying to use, but it looks like they may meet in the middle anyway. Zergtanis is maybe waiting for the furthest, but the furthest is not there yet, so he has to attack the natural if he wants to do damage right now. Oh, the SCVs are a little bit late to the party, and this wall will not be going up. At the same time though, Werehog does feel pretty safe. I mean, he has all these Hellions, they are tucked in behind the geysers. The SCVs are pulled off the line to fight. I'm not sure if that's ideal. 3 of them do go down, but at least it keeps the Zerglings away from the Hellions. Looks like the Hellions survived. Some of them did go down, but we have enough here to fend off this entire attack. The SCVs really do have to go back to mining though. I feel like there's been a lot of boys fighting on the front lines while they're just engineers. And just like previous game, we have the Banshee, and the Banshee does have cloak research. It is about to complete. The question is, how is Zergtanis prepared? Well, we have Spore Crawlers, we have Queens. There are also only 2 bases. I mean, there are 3 Hatchers, but only 2 bases, so it will be that much easier for Zergtanis to move the Queens between the bases. But that being said, I mean, the Terran is taking a third, so Zergtanis has to make something happen or he will be getting very much behind. Still amassing Zerglings, but starting to drone now. There is no Roach Warren this time. It doesn't look like Zergtanis quite wants to tag quite yet. He's still focusing on making a few Zerglings here and there, but mostly focusing on the drones. So yeah, we'll see. This is a very dangerous game to play without Banelings. As you know, with those Masters of Marines that Werehog is definitely going for, apart from the Hellions of course. Like that's a very dangerous game with the DPS that Marines have. You need some Banelings. I mean, granted, a lot of the Banelings will get sniped by the Terran most likely, but still, like, you will be able to maybe connect a few nice chunks. Meanwhile, we have the Banshees coming in. They are of course clogged. We have 1 Queer here to defend together with that Spore. The Spore will of course provide detection, so the Banshees cannot stay here for too long. We do have that Baneling nest as well that I have been talking about. Zergtanis has been focusing on droning up these bases. I mean, he did not have saturation on his natural base, so it is something to work on. So really, because he had no saturation, like, this is no different than him having 3 bases without saturation, so for now that micro hatchery is not really, you know, hurting his economy, but it would definitely be nice to have more mining bases, especially because Terran is already on 3. So again, the Banshees are only poking in, not taking any chances with the Queens. So Werehog is just looking for an opening, waiting for the moment when Queens are out of position. At the same time, he is amassing an army at home. We have Marines, we have Hellions, we have tanks to join as well. We have an armory. There is no armory yet. We did see it last time though, so we may still see Hellbats potentially. Oh, but interesting enough, Zergtanis goes for a completely different follow-up now, and looks like we will have Link Bane Hydra this game. Maybe he just wants to deal with those Banshees constantly flying in. He has enough Queens now to successfully scare them off. Oh, he's using Overseers to keep an eye on the Banshees, which is really nice. Of course, Banshees only shooting down are not able to deal with those. But the Terran army is on the move. And Zergtan is prepared. I mean, we have 23 Zerglings. That's pretty much it. The Banelings are not moved in. The upgrades are on the way. So, you know, the units that Zergtanis will have will be well upgraded. I mean, the Hydras, I guess, mostly. He's getting all the upgrades. So yeah, the units he will have will be stronger, but he needs to have the units out. He made more links. There are a few Hydras as well. They will be trying to do with the Banshees. One of them did go pretty low, but was not able to be killed. The Hellbats are here. They will help with the Zerglings tremendously. They will burn them all to the crisp as the Marines behind are cleaning up the rest. The Banix were not ready and they will not be able to morph. The Terran forces are marching forward. And just like that, Werehog will be taking game number 2 at the series. So GG to Werehog. Very solid games there. And he will be able to take this series 2-0. As a reminder, that means that Werehog will be meeting Deception in the next round. So we will be getting to that series later, but not quite yet, because we still have 2 more series in this upper bracket quarterfinals. The first round of the tournament, it consists of 8 players, so 4 matches, and we will be covering all. Normally when we do the live cast, we can only really cover one series per round. Sometimes 2 if it just so happens that the series are a bit desynchronized. But most of the time we only cover 1, but because this is a replay cast, we can actually cover the entire round, all of the series that have been played. And yeah, we will be proceeding to do so. Yes, hello Gravedactyl. Gravedactyl shocked to see Kuro on the stream. Yeah, I mean, it's neither the typical for me to cast, and also not at this hour, as usually these tournaments are a bit earlier in the day for the EU region that I'm from. But because I was not able to cover this tournament on Friday, we instead moved it to here as a replay cast. As Light is currently getting his rest before the Pigosar Cup that is happening in just a few hours. But with that was Werehog versus Zergtanis, and now we're moving to the 3rd series of this quarterfinals round. And it will be Dark Lorax versus Mo. Of course, don't forget to hydrate your Hydras, so your voice doesn't start dying like mine does sometimes. Don't worry about it. Okay, I see we had a bit of a mix-up here, but regardless, we will be going into our next series. And as I said, it will be Dark Lorax versus Move, and without further ado, let us load into game number 1. Yes, we are now on Abyssal Reef, Ali. That's not quite the map I expected to see right now, but that's where we are. And in the bottom right corner we have our green Zerg player representing MD3. If anybody in the chat knows what the clan is, let us know. It is Dark Lorax. And across the map we have a blue Protoss player. Not quite sure what clan they are representing, if any, but it is Move. Duckling has been quite an active player lately, like still fairly new to our tournaments, but has been playing in quite a few of them. So that's always nice to see. Nice to get some new regulars participating. And for the double gas streak into a hatchery, and now getting the spawning pool at 16. So I guess you would still call it hatch pool gas. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to like think about like what is the naming convention. I guess it would be a gas streak into, it would be double gas streak into hatch pool gas. There you go. That's definitely not a long name. Meanwhile, our Protoss player is actually expanding and building the wall on the low ground, which is definitely something that you can do here, although it is not ideal because you have two entrances to worry about. Like you have the one next to the rocks as well as the one on the left. It has been a while since I've seen the Wolves on Abyssal Reef, so I probably should take a look at the guides by Gemini, as he does publish the wall of guides every time, every new season, every new map pool. So if you are a Protoss player out there and want to learn to wall properly, then make sure to check out Gemini SC2 for the Protoss wall of guides, because I mean they quickly become the standards to play the game. The Protoss players have found out the most efficient ways to get their wall-offs, and they share that knowledge with each other through the Kala. I mean, what? Anyway, we have the Twilight Council from Move, and it's actually charge that will be coming, so it looks like we will be seeing charge lots from our Protoss player. At the same time, from the Zerg, we have a Baneling Nest. Baneling Nest third on the way. I mean, Baneling Nest should be pretty nice versus Zealots, versus Charge Lots. Like, Charge is... no, I don't think Charge is typically the upgrade you get versus Zerg specifically because of the Link Bane. Because, I mean, you don't really need to get your units even closer to the Zerg. But, I mean, it can still work pretty nice. Like, Charge is probably nice against, like, Roaches and Hydralisks. But versus Link Bane, probably not ideal. But we have a lot more gateways coming. Oh, a lot more gateways coming, actually. We have 4 more gates. There are 2 gates in the wall as well, so this will be 6 gate charge lot. 7 gates charge lots, in fact. That will be a lot of gates. We have Warpies on the way, so... yeah, I mean, I don't know if I want to call it an all-in yet, but this will be very, very dedicated from Move. And, I mean, I said that charges are not ideal versus the Zerg, but I mean, if you have the numbers, that most units can really work out, and as we see as well, Dark Lorax is going for the Droge Warren. That Zealots do pretty well against. I'm not sure if Dark Lorax was able to spot the Warpriest. Has been trying to scout around. Ooh, just barely. The Warpriest sneaks by. Again, I cannot tell if Dark Lorax saw it as it was moving out of the base. But we'll see if Dark Lorax is prepared. I mean, this mineral line here in the natural is completely uncovered. There's not really much defense in the main either. We also have Hydra then, but all of those tech advantages are not far, like not advanced enough yet. We have Banelings Morphine, which is good. The Zealots are coming up the ramp. They will be met with the Zerglings and Queens, so Duckling is prepared for the frontal push. The Phoenix will be crashing into the Zealots and dealing with most of them. But we have to remember that War Priest. The War Priest is getting into the main base, into the natural. We have more Zealots coming into both mineral lines. And while the front push might have been stopped, it's not completely destroyed, but it has been slowed down. The drops in the bases of Dark Lorax are doing the real damage. And now with the Link Bane gone, with the few roaches that are not quite able to keep up with the Zealots, the Queens are the only line of defense, the last line of defense. And all of the Queens have gone down. The drones are trying to escape into the main base, into the third, but whenever they go, there are the Zealots. The few roaches do pop out, so they will try to help. But yeah, the Chargers are chewing through the Zerg forces so quickly. 22 drones down. And more will be dying soon. The roaches are trying to do what they can. But it looks like Move will be taking game number 1. Yeah, very decisive the game there from Move. Of course, you know, on the back of the Chargers. I mean, Move knew exactly what he wanted to do. He just went straight up for the gate, straight up for the charge. That was the build that he wanted to do, and he just went for it. And, you know, that all-in did really work for him. Dark Lorax had a good idea, like the Banelings definitely helped, but firstly, there was not enough of them, and secondly, the real problem was that the Dark Lorax only really expected the frontal attack. It was the backstabs behind, it was the harassment in the bases themselves that really decided the game. So that let us get into game number 2 between these two players. And game number 2 will be happening on Neon Violet Square. By the way, I cannot help and call it Neon Violent Square. Thanks, Stillmode. I think it was him who first said that. Anyway, in the top left corner we have our green Zerg player. It is Dark Lorax. Oh, it's also raining. And across the map we have the blue Protoss player. It is Move. We'll see what the plan is this time. Once again, Move going for that wall on the ramp leading into his main base, or rather into his natural base. So quite a forward wall there from Move. I mean, Neon Violet is a pretty big map, so I guess he's not too afraid about some cheeses. Dark Lorax, meanwhile, once again going for that pull. I assume there was a gas trick involved. But it's taking the pocket base instead. Not taking the front base. The probe was not there at the time, so it was possible to take it, but it looks like Dark Lorax wants that safer pocket instead. Darking should be supervising anyone who's using the prefix Dark. I mean, fair point. We can ask Darking about that. This drone is trying to take the natural as a third base, but is not able to do so because of the probe. But ooh, just enough, enough of you know, drifting here around the probe to be able to take the base. The hatchery will be going up. At the same time, the wall of Move is now ready. We have 2 gateways in the wall. Adepts will be on the way, so no all-in this time, or at least not yet. Instead, a bit of a more standard play with, I mean, still aggressive opening because the adepts will be going across the map. Oh, but the Zealot does move in and the Lynx are led into the base. There are only 4 of them, so they shouldn't do too much damage, but that's still a bit of a mistake by Move. We'll be chipping away at these probes. Move has to be careful to not lose too many. He lost 2 probes to this. The Zealot is chasing the Zerglings away. So I mean, while this is not like game-ending damage, this is still quite painful to move. Like, that is something that should have not happened. And I wanted Zealot to be on hold position. You have to make sure that the wall is closed at all times, because otherwise the Zerglings will find a way. Now Move does go for the Twilight Council and Robo Base, so... or Robo Facility, my bad. So... there will be some aggression coming soon, and as we see what it is Glaive Adepts this time. Ooh, at the same time, Duckling's trying to sneak in behind the wall. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Bear with me. This will be a long cast. Anyway, what I was gonna point out is that Move does have vision of the Zerglings coming in, so he knows exactly what they are planning. He sees that the Zerglings are chipping away at these rocks. And he was considering moving the Stalker away, but he also wants to make sure that the wall is actually secured this time, so... yeah, he will be focusing on that instead. At the same time, we have adepts going across the map, and Move sees that there are actually no drones on this base. In fact, there are only a few of them on that half base in the pocket as well. I don't think Move is quite focusing on this attack right now, but he should be soon, as the adepts are now shading in. He will try to check what kind of worker count is there in the pocket base. That should be able to do short work of this mineral line, as there is no defenses here. The main base is protected by a queen, and a few roaches have been poking out that should be able to help Dark Lorax defending these bases. The first of the adepts is already pretty low, but still more drones are falling. But yeah, now with the roaches out, the adepts shouldn't be able to do too much damage. Just don't have to make sure that you are following them around. But that said, I mean, this was just a preview. So, you know, a bit of a prologue to the things to come. As we said, I mean, actually let me double check. But yeah, the glaives did finish, so Move can definitely commit to those glaive adepts if he wants to. I'm not sure if he does, because it looks like he's focusing on immortals right now, so it looks like maybe he will be going for a more regular, I don't want to say regular, but like more proper, just, you know, army to move out with, rather than like going all in on a specific unit. But with that being said, second Rambo is on the way, more gateways too, so Move definitely currently working on the army side of things, getting ready for that push, as Dark Lorax has to recuperate from the losses. Is getting spores right now, which is definitely a good idea, because, you know, Dark Templar follow-ups are not uncommon. But is Dark Lorax ready for what is coming? Because a lot of immortals are on the way. And all those immortals can make short work of all the roaches. I thought this is a good strat against Zerg. I mean, definitely. Like, considering that adepts just deal so much damage to a lot of Zerg units because of them being generally light. Like, I mean, definitely a good unit to have in those early game scenarios, especially. Like, Dark Lorax is getting ready to get a 4th base, but The Protoss army is already going through the pachinko. Yes, this is a pachinko. The Overlords should be able to alert the Zerg player to what is coming, but is Circular ready? We have a few roaches here at the ramp. Quite a few actually. But ooh, this Immortals packs so much damage. And with the Adepts joining in as well to deal with the rest of the units, I mean the Queen just fell almost immediately. The roaches are actually hiding in the main base. The base is going down and yeah, the Protoss army is marching forward. The roaches are still not able to approach because of those Immortals. The drones are actually forced off the line, but they are no match for all of these Adepts. Move will be going into the main base. The Observer is there as well to help with the vision, help with up the ramp. A force will split the army, so it's easier for the Protoss to deal with. The roaches are being dealt with, and GG is called. Move will be taking this series 2-0. So GG, nicely played. I mean, definitely not as all-in as game number 1. Like, game number 1 was pretty all-in, but this was actually pretty solid game. You know, worked on his army, built up a strong force of Immortals, of Adepts. Of course, did some damage on the beginning as well, but it was not like game-ending damage. And you know, just made a proper army and moved forward. So yeah, very nicely done there by Move. And with that 2-0 score, he will be going to the next round and awaiting his opponent. Which means that we are now ready to go into the last series of the upper bracket quarterfinals, the 4th series of today's tournament. And it will be Battle Plans versus Fist Serpent. Welcome to ley lines. And on ley lines, at ley lines, in the ley lines. We have the two of our players. It is in the top right corner, the blue Terran player. It is Battle Plans. And across the map we have the green Protoss player. It is Fist Serpent. You may recognize these names as both of these players are fairly regular players in our amateur tournaments. Fist Serpent has actually played like a long time ago. I think we didn't see him as much recently, but it looks like he is active once again and he did take part in this tournament. And for the first time today, we see a proxy. The Fist Serpent is building that pylon on the right side of the map, and it will be a gateway proxy, 2-gate, in fact, 3-gate proxy. Okay, that's a strong start to the series. We're just going straight up for 3 gateways. 3 gateway proxy from our Protoss player. Meanwhile, at the same time, looks like Battle Plans is opening fairly standard. Still working on his racks, probably going for a Reaper expand. Oh, 4 gateways, my bad. There was another one. So yeah, again, strong start from Fist Serpent, and we'll see how that works out for him. There are no gases whatsoever on the side of the Protoss, so this looks like it will be a Zealot proxy. Meanwhile, Battle Pants taking that command center on the low ground, he's not expecting anything to happen. He did not SCV scout and the Reaper is only about to pop out. Now the Reaper is moving across the map. And this will be a great surprise for Battle Pants once he reaches the other side of the map and sees absolutely nothing. Now, whether or not that's good or bad, that's another question completely, because, I mean, Fist Serpent has the Zealots, but he also has absolutely zero defense across the map, so these probes will be going down, most likely. Like, the Reaper can focus a lot of those probes. The question is, can Battle Pants muster enough defense to protect himself from the Zealots? Ooh, and the wall is completely open, the Zealots just get in, the factory gets denied. And the Zealots have open way into the mineral line of Battle Pants. But they actually focused on the one building the refinery, which is okay, interesting choice, but yeah, looks like the SCVs were able to escape to the natural, are able to buy some time, but there are more Zealots in the natural as well. The reinforcements are here, and yeah, this is a bit difficult for Battle Pants. He's losing way too many workers. At the same time, I think the Reaper has come back. Where's the Reaper? Oh no, the Reaper did come back. It's actually in the main base trying to deal with these cells as well. So yeah, the probes are not falling across the map. Meanwhile, the base of Battle Pants is in shambles. I mean, the natural is still mining, so that is good. But yeah, the barracks are about to burn down. A lot of SCVs have gone down as well. And there are still Zealots in the mineral line in the natural. Yeah, this is not looking great for Battle Pants. He GG's out and Fist Serpent will be taking an explosive game number 1. So again, a very strong start there from Fist Serpent. Very aggressive start. Yeah, but I mean, it worked. It worked out. Battle Pants was clearly caught off guard. And I know that the chat is waiting for the line. Was Battle Pants caught with his pants down? There you go, chat. Just for you. Anyway, we are ready for game number 2, so let's dive into it. And welcome to Ultralove! Ultralove has been chosen as the second map of our series, and we are now in the bottom left corner of said map looking at the blue Terran player. It is Battle Pants. Meanwhile, across the map we have his opponent. It is the green Protoss player. It is Fist Serpent. I do wonder if Serpent still streams. I believe for a while he did stream on Twitch as well. His ladder session. This time actually putting the buildings in his base. Not getting any wall up, just, you know, just Sim City around the base itself. Anyway, I think Battle Pants is going more or less for the same build, most likely the Reaper Expand. Also, this building is units look very shiny in this lighting. I mean, Ultralove is a shiny map in general. Like there's a lot of particle effects going on, among other things. And also in this version of Ultralove, I noticed that this was not the case in the PTR version of Ultralove. But yeah, I remember seeing this map in TLMC. And yeah, Ultralove is actually double colored. Like one side of the map is red, the other side of the map is blue. And that was a fully intentional thing by the map creator, as far as I remember. So yeah, the map that we got on the ladder is the updated version with those colors. So So that's very nice. Looks pretty interesting visually. Once the probe gets a little bit stuck here in the wall and will be going down to the Reaper. At the same time we see that Battle Plans does not want to get caught off guard and is scouting around his base quite carefully, make sure there are no more proxies around. Oh look, they're both colors here. Conflicting powers. Stalker is waiting for the Reaper already, but it looks like the Reaper will be going through the natural base instead. And with that, Battle Pants is able to get a decent scout on the base of his Serpent. Sees the two gateways. Tries to poke at the probes, but the Stalker will be enough to protect the Mineral from the Reaper this time. Meanwhile, what do we have on the side of the Terran? We have 2 more racks going up. So it will be a 3 racks without the starport. The third base is already finished. Actually no, what am I saying? This is a second base. This is an orbital for the natural. It was built on the high ground. There are a few stalkers trying to harass here. The bunker is not quite finished, so they are able to do so, and they are sniping one marine after the other. They denied the bunker as well, and the orbital actually has to move back into the main. Very nice bit of harassment there for Fist Serpent, and it doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon, as he's still working on more stalkers. I believe the warp gate has just finished. The bunker on the high ground is also not finished, and the stalkers are in range, so they focus that SCV as well. So yeah, the defenses are not going great for Battle Pants. He still has a few units saved, so there's that, and a lot of his production is actually very far away from the ramp, so it shouldn't be sieged by those stalkers. But yeah, he has to make sure that he gathers those units together. Oh, the Cyclone is being focused by the stalkers. It will be going down. The SCVs are pulled off the line to stop this aggression. And with that, that should be enough for the time being. But yeah, that is a nice little damage done by Fist Serpent. And actually, he's not stopping yet. He's not stopping yet. There are still more stalkers coming. The bunker did finish, so now these bio units are a bit more protected. We also had a Liberator coming out, and it will be going across the map. I'm not entirely sure if Fist Serpent did see it coming out of the starport, but should be aware that there is something on the way. He did decide to go back home with his stalkers, so maybe he is preparing for that. Oh, but the natural base is now under siege and there is no reaction. The probes will be going down. Yeah, we had like maybe 5 probes going down. Oh. Thank you, Starker. That's always fun when that happens. You know, sometimes there's this thing where sometimes Starker just forgets to have a death animation, you know? Like sometimes like the unit just fights and it's just like gone. You know? Gone. Checking it. So this looks so much like a probe. Look at them. They're like cousins. It's like Terran probe, like if Terran made probes, that's what they would look like. Look at them chilling. Anyway, Fist Serpent is now taking his 3rd base. Meanwhile, Battle Pants was finally able to establish his natural, so yeah, he's an entire base behind. Only now saturating it. So the aggression definitely paid off for Fist Serpent, but we'll see how it goes going forward, because at the same time Battle Pants does have a lot of production. And he has been focusing on units quite heavily. The third orbital is on the way, but yeah, I mean, I definitely expect a push from the Terran decently soon. Meanwhile, our Protoss is getting ready for his... I mean, with his own army, he is getting these robo units. For now, it's just Immortals. I don't think there are any Colossi or Disruptors in the plans, but maybe soon. We do have Templar Archives though, so I guess Storm will be the AoE of choice. Oh, look at them. Oh, look, he's trying to mine the minerals. Like, he has the minerals, he's like trying to show him, and like, yeah, the other bot doesn't know how to mine minerals. And while we have the two armies clashing in the middle of the map, the Terran was about to move out and he met the army of the Protoss, but yeah, Fist Serpent does not have enough to challenge this with all these marines and the tanks. The Stalkers stand on chairs. With the single Immortal, it was actually lagging behind, and now it may be caught. The shield does help it for a little bit, but it's not enough. Yeah, Battle Pants is moving forward. Fist Serpent is forced to warp in reinforcements. And that may be enough to push away this attack, but yeah, those were some unnecessary losses for our Protoss player. So again, it looks like for now Fist Serpent has stopped this attack. He didn't like completely deny it, but it is being delayed, it is being slowed down. But yeah, that was some unnecessary losses there. Just walked straight into the army of the Terran. Now has to break this siege that is going closer and closer to his third base. With more Medivacs joining this as well. The reinforcements are on the way for Battle Pants. So this siege position is being reinforced. We have a single Medivac sneaking away as well to the main base. So Battle Pants will try to distract Fist Serpent a little bit. Fist Serpent is paying attention though. There is a defensive warping in the main base. And Battle Pants actually is forced to pack and leave. Oh, but he's not able to. The Medivac gets sniped. At the same time, Fist Serpent is trying to break the siege, but I don't know if he has the firepower yet. He has quite a few Immortals, which is nice. Actually, there are 3 in this army. But there's not that much to support, and with 3 tanks actually, or the siege tier, and all of those marines to help. Yeah, I don't know if this is possible. I mean, that one shield battery is in range, which is nice. Oh, actually, nice time there on that single tank. The tower has also been collapsed. That is an interesting feature of this map. There are these collapsible towers that can change the shape of the entrances to the bases. The Rocks, of course, can still be destroyed, so this can be opened up completely. It's always a nice strategic feature there to be able to change the way the map goes, depending on the situation. We have this small squad of units here from the Protoss, trying to find a way around the siege, and yeah, maybe try to surround it. But I think there's enough Terran here to stop that from happening, although at the same time the main frontal army is quite strong. Yeah, now that the Marines can actually focus on it, a lot of the Stalkers goes down. The Immortals are getting damaged as well. The Zealots are being warped in to deal with the tanks, but they're a bit indecisive and they're not quite able to get to it in time. They do get cleaned up, so the tank is saved. I have to keep in mind both of the tanks are actually quite damaged already. There are no SCVs here to repair. But there is a third reinforcing tank as well. At the same time, we have one Medivac sneaking away into the natural base. We're dealing quite a lot of damage to the probes. There is a defensive weapon, and actually the entire army is pulled away. Doesn't look like Battle Pants was able to take advantage of that, but he is moving now. But again, Fist Serpent is able to rotate back. Ooh, and another Medivac goes down together with the cargo, I guess, with the passengers. Fist Serpent once again trying to break the siege. I mean, the tanks are separated pretty nicely, so they do a lot of damage. We have a Liberator to help as well. That said, Bio army is getting thinned out. And yeah, Battle Pants realizes that he doesn't quite have the staying power. He did what he could with that siege, but this will not last for very much longer. Also, while all of this was happening, Fist Serpent was able to take a 4th base. But at the same time, Battle Pants is already working on the 4th of his own, so it's not that much behind either. Oh, we have a lot of Liberators coming out. So yeah, that will be definitely a big reinforcement for this army. Meanwhile, the first Archons are being morphed in on the side of the Protoss. At the same time, we have the Terran army going exactly towards this base. There are a few cannons here to stall it, but that's not enough to defend from this strong push. Yes, the Protoss army is moving back, but it's going to the back of the Terran army where all the tanks are. I mean, it could be nice for a little bit of a run by, but I don't think that's a good idea. A lot of the units walk straight into the army. All the Archons have went down and the Immortals are starting to get low. We have some Zealot reinforcements too, but they don't quite have very well there. And more reinforcing bio is there to deal with the Immortals as well. 2, 3 of them, almost all of the Immortals are going down. And the Protoss army has been mostly cleaned up. And this 4th base is still sieged. The Liberators are still there. Stalkers are trying to blink in to deal with that threat, but I mean, every time they do, they get taken down by the other Liberators. Once again, Battle Pants is sieging the base of Fist Serpent. Fist Serpent once again trying to blink into the Liberators, but yeah, all of these freedom circuits are going across each other, so every time he does, he is losing a few units to it. The army is also being reinforced by the Terran, who EMP lands on the army as well. And that pretty much all of the Protoss army is gone. One Immortal survives, but for how long? Shield battery is out of energy, so there will be no more healing for this army. And yeah, with that, Battle Pants is taking down this base, is moving forward. The cannons will not be able to stop him. That said, this is just a Bio-Liberator army. There are no tanks with this specific push, but it's enough to take this base. Meanwhile, the tanks are at the 3rd. There's more army joining in there as well, and that will be another siege location for Battle Pants. There are a lot of Archons in the 3rd base, but I mean, they can be focused by the Bio as well. Ooh, the tank was actually not sieged. Battle Pants not quite paying attention to that. As he is at the same time in the natural base, and that is enough. GG's called, and Battle Pants will be tying up the series 1-1. Very nice game number 2 from Battle Pants. Again, in game number 1 he got a bit caught off guard, but in this game he played really solid. And yeah, with that he was able to tie this series, and we are going into game number 3. Welcome to Frostline LE, where in the bottom left corner we have our green Protoss player. It is Peace Serpent. And across the map in the top right corner it is the blue Terran player. It is Battlebots. Battlebots showing us some really strong plays in that previous game. Some nice siege positions, nice reinforcements as well, so good macro, good Terran macro. We'll see if Peace Serpent can get something done, because I mean both of these games he did start aggressive. Of course game 1 was a proxy, game 2 was more economical, but he still put a lot of pressure on the Terran. But it was not enough pressure, you know? Like, in the long run it didn't pay off for him. We're gonna meet. We're gonna meet. Ah, they did meet. Wait, so if SCV is high 5 and probes blue, what was that? Of course, both players scouting each other. Players going for expansions as well. So for the time being, it looks like we will be having a bit more of a macro game from both sides. Probe does go down to the Reaper. Once again, Battlebots is making sure that he is not surprised, so checking out the area around the base. But not as thoroughly as in game number 2. As I guess he assumed that maybe it's like a one-off thing, you know. A way to start the series by Peace Serpent. Peace Serpent once again is going for those stalkers. They definitely helped deal with the Reapers. There was a nice grenade there to save the Reaper. And yeah, stalkers it is. I mean, it's very possible that Peace Serpent goes for something similar to game number 2, where he put a lot of pressure on the Terran with those stalkers. Question is how like, is Battlebots prepared for it? He's already working on a bunker, which I think is a little bit earlier than game number 2. I mean, the bunker may be able to finish, but the stalker is here already and it is focusing the worker. SCV does go down, the bunker doesn't finish, just barely. Second SCV is sent down and it should be able to finish it this time. Yeah, it finishes the bunker, the units are in. There's a Hellion to help as well. So this defense by Battlebots is already looking much better, and Peace Serpent recognizes that. He actually moves the stalkers back home. Hellion is just scouting the surroundings, going the long way around to not meet any units of the Protoss. But eventually he will, as all these stalkers once again are home and are getting ready for potential aggression from the Terran. The aggression that is not coming quite yet, mind you, because once Battlebots has realized that he is safe, he is working on his command center, more on the macro side of things. He's still getting a Liberator though, which will be a nice harassment tool. But he's not focusing so much on producing units right now. Stalkers, of course, are in the natural base, but they are not in the main, so that is a prime position for the Liberator. Double Forge is going down as well. Blink is about to be ready, but again, these units are not here in the base. Liberator finds a nice spot to park itself, and it will start sniping probes soon, as there is no reaction from Fist Serpent yet. 5 probes going down before a warping is used. The Liberator is trying to find the best spot to hide. It looks like Fist Serpent was a bit afraid that maybe the Liberator will change positions into the natural, but that is not the case. Just staying here in the corner, in the bottom left corner of the map, and we'll surely go, we'll surely go for an attack once again. This time the Observer though will keep an eye on it, so it will be dealt with eventually, so Battlefront actually has to manually focus the probes and still gets 4 more, which is really nice. While all this was happening, Fist Serpent did take the 3rd base. Of course, still warping in. Pilots stay on position. Cyclone does scout all of that and is able to harass the probes a little bit. Forcing some defensive warping from Fist Serpent. Again, 4 probes going down. That is a pretty good number for just, you know, a random Cyclone drive-by. Cyclone does go down, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Battle Pants has secured a 3rd of his own. And the army is ready. We have bio, we have tanks to support them as well. Or the other way around, too. Oh, and this time our splash of choice is the Colossus. From our Proto side, there's charge on the way too. So slightly different composition than last time. But we'll be ready in time because Battleband is already moving across the map. He's going towards that 3rd base. And we don't have any Robo units yet. The first Colossus is about to join in. The Immortal is now in the 3rd. We have 2 tanks from the Terran. The probe does scout the move out. The Zealots don't have charge yet, so they are dealt with quite quickly, but the Stalkers will be going forward, sniping that 1 tank. The Mendivacs do give vision. So the tanks are able to do damage up on the ramp. But this is enough Protoss army to stop this attack from happening. Fist Serpent just moves down the ramp, deals with the tank, and will be chasing off the bio as well. And now we have the first Colossus joining the Protoss army. So this bio force will definitely not have such an easy time here. Meanwhile, some interesting things are happening, as looks like Fist Serpent was preparing a bit of a proxy, but it happens to be exactly the location where Battle Pants wants to expand next. And while all of this is happening, the army of Fist Serpent though is at the top side of the map, going towards the Terran's 3rd. There are no units here yet, but they should be here shortly. Actually, it looks like Battle Pants was busy setting up a drop instead. All of these workers are in danger, but now the armies do join together. 13 SCVs down, and Protoss army is still here, but there is so much bio from the Terran. The Colossus gets focused immediately, and the rest of the Protoss army is starting to go down as well. It's at 14 SCVs. The base had to be lifted. I don't think it was down. Yeah, it was halfway down, but it was not destroyed. But yeah, Battle Pants is chasing down this army, only a few Stalkers left of it. There's another Colossus back at home. that has been since made. But I mean, still, this is a lot of Terran coming across the map for a counterattack. The Liberator will help with the zoning as well. But yeah, but one has to wait to heal up this army because it has been badly damaged. There is a shield battery here as well, so that will definitely help in the defense, but it is out of energy now, so it's not helping so much anymore. Ooh, we have the first Viking on the battlefield too. Once again, there are only a few sockets because most of them have been destroyed. Now more are being walked in. But they also walk into the Liberator range. And the Colossus focus once again and will go down. Another one comes in. So I guess one Colossus goes down, another one comes together with the army, but it will also be focused by the Vikings. There are not enough Stalkers to stop it. And Battle Pants is moving forward. Another warp in from Fist Serpent, but that is enough, and Battle Pants will be taking this series 2-1 and advancing to the next round. So once again, nice games from Battle Pants, really showing us that, you know, the first game was a bit of an accident, but the next games have been really strong. And Battle Pants will be taking this series, and with that he's the last person to advance to the upper bracket semi-finals. So we have our 4 players ready, our 2 matches of the semi-finals, and we will be going into those shortly. We have now casted all 4 series from the upper bracket quarterfinals. As a reminder, this is a double elimination bracket, but we will not be casting most of the lower bracket series because they were just, you know, best of ones, and this stream will be long enough already. Don't worry. But at least we were able to cover the entire round of 8, the entire quarterfinals, which is not usually the case because when you do a live broadcast, you typically can only pick 1 series per round. But because this is a replay cast, we were able to cover all of them. With that being said, now though, it's night time to take a little bit of a break after these 4 series. So, you know, get some snacks, get some water. I have to make sure that I save my voice as well. And after we are back, after this short break, we will be able to cover the next round of the tournament, which is the upper bracket semi-finals. Yeah, I'm thinking, I guess upper bracket semi-finals and maybe upper bracket finals as well. We'll see how we feel. We'll probably one more break in this broadcast as well. So, yeah, stay tuned, get some snacks, and be right back. And welcome. Welcome to... Let's quickly try to make sure the names are correct. Welcome to Abyssal Reef. We are now in Duckling Open number 130. And we are currently in the upper bracket semi-finals of said monthly tournament. As a reminder for those who might not know, it is a monthly tournament for 4.2k MMR and below, which is around Diamond. And in the top left corner of Abyssal Reef we have our blue Terran player. It is Deception. Meanwhile, across the map we have our red Terran player. It is in fact Activity. It is also known as Trash Cannot. It is Werehog. If you have not heard before about Duckling Open, this is our monthly tournament for the amateur players. So this is the December edition of said tournament. The tournament has actually been played a few days ago on Friday. But since we were not available to cover it, I am covering it now from the replays. So that's why you may see it at a bit of an unusual time for this tournament. Usually it's much earlier, quite a few hours earlier. And yeah, we've been running Duckling Open for the past 7 years. There have been smaller or bigger breaks, but more or less it has been running for 7 years. And it is our way to support, you know, the grassroots scene, to support the amateur players, and quite a few of those amateur players later become, you know, higher ranked players, and some of them even semi-pros and professionals. Most notable example lately is Mixu. If you have heard of Mixu, Mixu has actually started in one of our tournaments. I mean, I don't want to like take all the credit for it, obviously, but Mixu is one like competed. I think it was like early 2018, maybe, or maybe even 2017. But like it was very early on, still in Duckling Open. He was one of the Diamond players competing in the tournament, and you know now he's up there with the pros. So you know that's even if it's only like few select people who actually make it to the top of the top, like still it's worth it to support the amateur players. So they have a way to practice, they have a way to compete, and you know get better over time. So in case you want to play one of these tournaments, or if you want to, if you're not really a player, or maybe you're not in the rank to play this tournament, then you can also support this tournament via Patreon. As a reminder, the tournament prize pools for Duckling Open, as well as Masters Forum Open, as well as Sparkling Tuna Cup, are funded completely via Patreon. So if you want to help us keep running these tournaments and potentially make them bigger and better, then make sure to check out the Patreon. Of course, if you can afford it. So I know that, you know, a lot of people are in difficult situations right now. So definitely don't do it if it's a strain on your budget. But if you have some spare dollars, then the option is there. That being said, we are now in that activity, as we said, and we see a lot of Reapers coming from Deception, but Werehog is here with 3 of his own. Oh, very interesting. As the armies both pass each other, Werehog actually gets into the natural base of Deception. Deception has to go back with his entire army, and again, he has quite a few Reapers already. Reapers will be quickly able to deal with the Hellions, and what about the mineral line? 2 SCVs are going down, and the Reapers are going away. I don't know if Werehog will be able to save these. Yeah, the Reapers do eventually find them. And in the end, I think it did work out for Deception pretty nicely. Yeah, the entire army of Werehog was destroyed. And Deception still has quite a few Reapers there. Like, it's a bit unusual, I feel like, to go for 6 Reapers. I don't know if there were more, maybe. I think it was 6. Usually you don't see more than 4, but yeah, Deception went a bit more aggressive on the Reapers and it paid off for him. He will try to use that advantage now to push forward, and he may be able to take down this Cyclone, which is definitely a nice catch. But while doing so, also loses most of that army, though all of those Reapers are now gone. And the Hellions are very low on HP as well. Oh, nice little bit of micro though. Takes another Hellion off Werehog. Yeah, all in all, I mean, it looked like Werehog was trying to be aggressive. He found a good moment where Deception has just moved out of the base. But Deception has superior numbers and was able to come back into base. Come back to his base in time. And yeah, eventually he was able to get ahead. That being said, it looks like Werehog wants to focus on Ravens. Already having 2 and making more. Researching the Matrix as well. Meanwhile, Deception much more straightforward, focusing on the bio units instead. Getting Steam researched. Both of our players are currently working on their third bases, of course, in the main, and will be lifting those third bases later. For those wondering, there is no bracket command in the chat because this tournament is casted from replay, so as to avoid spoilers, we are not posting that bracket. Because, you know, a lot of times it happens that people don't really realize that it may be spoilers, and when they realize, they have already clicked it and it's already too late. So to avoid that happening, which is the important day. But it is both on Challenge and Wikipedia in case you do want to check it out. Well, both players keeping an eye on each other. This Deception does send those scouting marines. And he has a bit of a Hellion drop coming across the map. Very interesting. Hellion drop is definitely not something that you commonly see. So interesting there to see how it goes for Deception. I mean, there is a tank in the main base, but there's not much, like there are many units otherwise, but it looks like it was spotted by Werehog. The Ravens are here to help out. They will be chasing that medivac, but meanwhile, can the SCVs be saved? And it looks like, ooh, 3 of them do go down, as do they do. All hack that refinery, they do. Yeah, 5 SCVs in total are going down as they clamp together. And the Hellions were able to get quite a few shots. So I mean, I don't know how much worth it was, but it's still a nice bit of damage there for Deception. He's also aware of this third base being landed. Meanwhile, Werehog is keeping an eye on the main base of Deception as well. This is all the production going up. Once again, Deception is focusing more on the bio-tank side of things. Just very straightforward strategy. Meanwhile, Werehog, I mean, he also has bio-tank, but he also mixes in some Vikings, he mixes in some Ravens in that composition. So, a more sophisticated army, if you will. Deception is doing a good job on the map vision. He has a lot of scouting marines, just, you know, spread across the map. Even some very hidden ones. I just realized you can't really see the guy. Now this is camouflage. Like, can you tell that there's a marine over there? That's so good. I mean, like, StarCraft now has the thing where, like, if a unit is covered by something else, like, it will show, but wow, I guess not always. But we have a big doom drop coming from Deception. Most of the army is loaded into those medivacs, and all of that army is going towards the natural base of Werehog. At the same time, Werehog is moving out. Oh, that is such an interesting timing here. Looks like both players will be missing each other. And will Werehog commit, or will he go back to defend his base? The Doom Drop is going towards the main base. The units are being unloaded. One Marine was actually sent to the ramp to scout for the reinforcements, and it looks like Werehog commits. So while Deception will be destroying the production in the base of Werehog, Werehog is going with his entire army across the map, sieging his tanks, flying his Vikings over for vision. And yeah, it was not fast enough. Deception destroying the entire base of Werehog, and that was enough to take the first game. So yeah, nicely played. I mean, even though Werehog had a really nice army, like, he was just not fast enough. Like, by the time his army went across the map, Deception was already in his base. And that was that. Somebody would say, one mistake. I mean, what did they call it? It's like a timing kind of thing. Like, it just so happened that the build of Werehog happened to hit at the wrong time. Like, if his army was still at the base, he would be able maybe to stop the attack, and if he moved out a bit earlier, then maybe he would be at the base of Deception before that attack. So yeah, either way, unfortunate timing there. And Werehog will have to try to get back into the series. Welcome to Amygdala. That's a map that we have not seen yet today, and in the bottom left corner of the map we have a blue Terran player from Singapore, I believe. It is Deception. While across the map we have his opponent, also a Terran, but in the red, from Australia, representing the Donkeys. It is Werehog. Deception has been doing pretty well in this tournament so far, and we'll see if he will be able to take this series, or if Werehog will be able to bring it back. Because again, I mean, Werehog was playing pretty well, but there were a few unfortunate timings there. Like first with the Reapers, like, he happened to meet the entire army of Deception, which Deception just happened to make a few more Reapers than him. And then the whole move out thing, so yeah, like, it's not like you know, it's not like he was playing badly, it was just very unfortunate timings and the likes. We'll see if he can bring it back in this game then. He is going for the Reaper first. Or Reaper Expand, if you will. And so is Deception, so pretty mirrored openness so far. Oh, but actually, it's not expansion for Werehog. Werehog goes for a factory first. It looks like Werehog wants to be a bit more aggressive this time. He did not like how the previous game went. He wants to focus on the aggression first, before getting to the economy. Of course, this is not like hard commitment yet. It can also be just for safety, you know, to have the units out, so you don't get surprised by your opponent. But nonetheless, it is a bit of a deviation from what our Terrans are typically doing. And this time Werehog is not stopping the Reaper production. Meanwhile, Deception has already moved away from that. He only really made that one scouting Reaper, and it is now having a hard time dodging these two off Werehog. But it still sneaks into the main base. And with that, Deception sees exactly what Werehog is working on, even denies this starboard, or delays it. But in the end, Reaper is destroyed. And Werehog can breathe for a little bit. Meanwhile, Deception is getting ready for defense. He is putting the bunker down because, as a reminder, he only made that one Reaper this time. He went for Marines instead. He actually positioned them on top of the ramp, so once the Reaper come in, those Marines will be able to deny them. It looks like the army of Werehog is looking forward to go through the main gate though. The bunker has just finished. Now the Reapers will try to dive in through that little entrance, and the Marines are there. First Reaper goes down, second is damaged, and the third is focused by the Siphon. So yeah, it doesn't look like Werehog can do any damage to Deception. Oh, we'll find this NSCV now with that one Reaper that is left over. The bunker doesn't quite reach over there, but the Reaper dies trying to escape. And from there, it looks like Werehog is going for a similar composition once again, working on those Ravens together with the upgrade. Meanwhile, Deception just focusing on solid macro, getting his third base built already. Oh, and also going Ravens this time, it looks like. He's getting the upgrade first. Yeah, his supply blocked. I was like, why is he not making there? Yeah, supply block. I mean, that happens to the best of us. So I would like to point out that it looks like Deception does have that auto tournament trophy. For those of you who may not know, that is something that was introduced in StarCraft, like at the, I think, the Legacy of the Void. I think it was at the server Legacy Void. They introduced the automatic tournament in the StarCraft client. Whether or not that was successful, that's an entire discussion for another time, but nonetheless, once you win such tournament, you get a trophy that you can display next to your command center, or hatchery, or nexus. Once again, Deception is working on that map vision, sending out scouting marines all over the map. Werehog, though, is opting for a scan instead, checking what is in production. And a tournament, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think any tournament gives a trophy, but like the kind of trophy maybe varies depending on the rank. I also don't know how long you can keep the trophy. I don't know if this is like seasonal or if like once you get it, it's just permanent. Like I honestly don't remember what the rules were on that. Some scouting marines from Werehog as well. So we'll have a little bit of skirmish for this Naga maybe? No. No, we won't. At all. We will have one for this Naga though. Good. Yeah, now they're fighting. Now that I'm not looking. Oh, as we have a fusion core for Deception. I mean, that's it. I don't know. It's gonna be seized. That may very well be just liberators for the lip range. As the Ravens are trying to get some damage done. Ooh, you have 4 Ravens from Deception. Putting down some auto turrets, but one of them already gets sniped. What's happening to these cards? Why are they bouncing? Sorry, I'm distracted, but the Vikings have landed in the main base of Werehog. We're able to take a few SCVs, but unfortunately they will also be going down, so that's definitely not ideal. So Deception, like nice moves there from Deception, but I'm not entirely sure if that was worth it. If it was worth sending all these units over, and yeah, Deception is going BCs. Okay. I mean, Deception is in the lead, so we can try some interesting things in game number 2. At the same time, getting a 4th base. Werehog is scanning frantically, but doesn't see the army in either of the bases. He's considering moving out. But will he do it? The Ravens are coming in once again. The turrets are about to be done, but they are not yet. Turrets are being dropped and CVs are dropping as well. 5 already dead and there may be more. So the Ravens just go straight up for a run by just dropping turrets whenever they can. And I mean, it does do some damage. 10, 11 SCVs, some of the reinforcing marines I think were caught in the fire as well. And it looks like the Ravens will survive, although they are being chased by the Vikings, so they cannot stay here. Yeah, it looks like they will be able to sneak away. Werehog still considering that move out, but it's not quite decided yet. Meanwhile, where's that BC? We have 2 already, and they're part of the main army, in fact. It's interesting because I feel like lately BCs have been mostly used as a harassment unit. A very big flagship, but still harassment. But I am curious how Deception is gonna use those. And will Werehog be able to scout that? Because I mean, he has marines all around, but I don't know if he's ever seen those BCs. But Werehog decides that this is time to move and is going toward that 4th base. There is a planetary there, a tank is siege as well, so it will be able to hold for a little bit, but obviously not for long. Ooh, and it is being disabled as well. Deception notices what is happening. The army is moving towards this location. Planetary is surviving so far. The Vikings are joining the fight, and they will be... yeah, they will be getting the dominance in the air, and now the BCs showed up. And just like that, Werehog sees the BC, is like, nope, no, we're done, we're good, GG. And with that, Deception will be taking this series 2-0. I mean, solid play there from Deception, and there were some, you know, questionable plays now and then, in the sense that, like, you know, maybe not all of the harassment was exactly worth it, but I mean, it did work out in the end. So with that, congratulations to Deception, as that means he is moving to the upper bracket finals. There you go. Well, Deception is now waiting in the upper bracket finals. Yeah, Deception was hitting at the right time, that is very true. But we have another series ready. The second series in the upper bracket semifinals. And this, Move versus Battle Plans. We only have 4 more matches left in this series. In this tournament, in this broadcast. It has been 2.5 hours so far, so not too bad, not too bad. So we should be able to get through it. Okay, everything seems to be updated, so let us dive in. And welcome to Abyssal Reef, LE, where in the bottom right corner we have the blue Terran player. It is Battle Plans. And across the map in the top left we have the red Protoss player. It is Move. Of course, we are in the upper bracket semi-finals of Sidaki Ombe number 130, our monthly bronze to diamond tournament, or more specifically up to 4.2k MMR. So if you're below 4,200 or just right at the limit, then you may be able to play in this tournament. Of course, we do have a minimal game requirement, so do pay attention to that. There is a very important part that a few people do forget, that we do have a minimal game requirement both in terms of career games and in season games, to ensure that the level that you're playing at is actually accurately determined by the system. Because it takes a certain number of games to actually properly rank players. And of course, for those who don't know, this is a monthly tournament, so this is the tournament for December. There will be another one in January, but in the later part of January. I don't remember exactly if it's the 3rd or week of January, maybe. Something along those lines, so keep an eye on the calendar. Most importantly, if you want to be up to date on our tournament, then make sure to join our Discord, because in the Discord we have dedicated tournaments, dedicated channels for each tournament, and there we post all the updates about if there are any schedule changes or if there are any rule changes and so on. So if you want to be updated about the future of the tournaments, then make sure to join us on Discord. That's the easiest, the fastest way to get those updates. Of course, we post about the tournaments themselves, like when the signups go live and so on our social media as well, so feel free to follow us there. But if you want live updates, then make sure to check out the Discord. This Reaper is just barely escaping alive. The other was really trying to focus it down. But in the end, it looks like Battle Plans was successful in running away. Of course, Battle Plans getting that bunker on the front, so he should be decently safe from anything coming. And going for the 2 racks open, the 2-1-1 most likely. Meanwhile, our Protoss is actually opening Stargate. Oh, okay, is this guy playing? Okay, thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Look, that is something I have to put down on my list. Because... yeah, I'm not gonna be talking about it on this stream, but... yeah, there are some things I have to change in our production schematics, to put it that way. Ooh, the Adepts does try to move in, but is actually sniped by the Marines. But in case you are curious about the production side of things, you can also ask me on Discord. Most likely. I sometimes just post on Discord when we change some things about that, but yeah, I don't know how many people are actually interested, so in case you are, then yeah, I will probably post stuff like that on Discord as well. So we have 3rd drags being now added for Battle Plans. And the Oracle is now moving across the map, going all the way around to make sure that it is not spotted. The Cyclone was there patrolling, but it's actually moving out now. And that's a bit of an unfortunate timing for Battle Pants, as that is exactly when the Oracle is moving in. All those SCVs are completely defenseless. And they will be going down one by one. The Marines are here to help, but I mean, even with that, 6 of them are going down. 6 SCVs. Ooh, the Cyclone is waiting for the Oracle though. And Move does not quite realize it, so it will be focused. So nicely done there by Pants. Sniping that Oracle, making sure that it doesn't escape, having one Cyclone in the base, another one waiting outside, so at least the Oracle has been dealt with. Meanwhile, Move is Move is working on the next step, already getting the thermal lance for the Colossus. The Colossus themselves are a little bit stuck, but they're getting there. Meanwhile, Battle Pants is ready to move out. He's going out with Marines and Cyclones. There are no tanks in this specific attack. In fact, there are no tanks on the map yet. The first one is still in production. So yeah, Battle Pants relying on Cyclones in this phase of the game. Steam Pack has just completed, so that's definitely a nice bonus there. The probe did scout the attack coming in, so Move should be aware of what is happening. And he is moving his army accordingly. That pylon definitely helped as well. But is that enough army in fact? I mean, he did snipe one of these Cyclones. Ooh, the Colossus walks straight into the army and it is being focused, but just barely moves out of range. Battle Pants will try to drop on top of it and should be able to take it down eventually. The second Colossus is being started at the Robo. We have another one coming from the natural, and this should be able to deal with the Terran forces. See some nice catches there from Battle Pants. Still trying to see if he can do some more damage, trying to deny this third base for the Protoss. But I don't think he has enough here. Even the tank that joined the forces is destroyed, and Battle Pants has to go back home. Move also now has that observer here on top of the ramp, so he is able to see the army movement of Battle Pants. Meanwhile, Move is going for Phoenix Colossus with a Twilight Council as well, so just, you know, just getting all the tech basically. I would say this Robo is kind of funny because the Colossus have to go all the way to get out of there. But I mean, at least it's tucked away, and it did help Move in the previous fight because the Colossus was not sniped early. It was able to join in the fight to help in the defense. Looks like once again Battle Pants is ready to move across the map. This time it is a biotank army. We have a few Marauders added to the mix. But Move has a good vision on the map, has those spotter pylons all around. That observer is also still there, so he was able to see when Battle Pants was moving from his base. So Move should be getting ready. But is he ready? I mean, he has quite a few Colossi, he has Zealots, the charge is not finished, but it is about to be. And the Colossus already got the first shot on the Bio Army. The tanks will help, and the Vikings are trying to focus the Colossus, but they can't because of the Phoenixes. So the Phoenixes are slowly going down, but by the time they do, there is no standing ground Terran army to help. And in the end, everything gets cleaned up. While Medivac is saved, it's trying to go back home as well as those Marines, but Move is chasing this. Protoss army is at the door of the Terran. We have a War Prince for reinforcements as well, so... Yeah, Move has quite a strong position here, but so does the Terran. Oh, but Move is going forward. The Phoenixes are focusing the Vikings, so they cannot focus the Colossus. The Zealots get to the tanks, but they're not able to destroy them. But it looks like it's enough for Move to continue this push. The Bio army has been completely destroyed, the SCVs are now in danger, they are pulled off the line. One tank remains, but there are more Zealots to deal with it. And just like that, GG is called. Move will be taking game number 1. So yeah, solid defense and counter-attack there from Move. Thanks to that, he was able to take this game. Kuro is a shirt? Yeah, didn't you know? Did you remember for sure? I'm the best casting jersey. Because I'm the only one. But with that, we will be moving into game number 2 between our two players. And it will be El Dorado. A polyester being. Okay. Anyway, we are now on El Dorado, and in the bottom left corner of said map we have our blue Terran player. It is Battle Pants. Meanwhile, across the map on the right side we have the red Protoss, currently up 1-0 in the series. It is Move. So I have to move my keyboard a little bit. That was so funny. Ooh, and it looks like we're switching things up quite a bit, as Battle Pants is actually proxying the first racks. Up until this point, I mean, Battle Pants has been playing very, like, you know, very standard, very proper, very macro. But now, enough of that. We're going for a proxy. Unfortunately for him though, there is a probe coming from Move. And I don't think there will be a wall off in time. Yeah, in fact it's not even being worked on right now, so... Move will come into this base and be like, hold on, where are your buildings? But we have to keep in mind that knowing is only half the battle, so even if Move knows that something is going on, the question is, can he stop it? Can he figure out what is going on exactly, and can he defend? Looks like it is a Reaper proxy. It's only one rack, so yeah, I don't think that's committed. Like, you have Battle Pants putting command center down, so this is more like to get the Reaper close to the base, and probably will float the barracks back. But yeah, getting a few Reapers. There you go. At the same time, Move sees his proxy, is like, you know what? I can proxy too. And he just puts the pylon across the map. The probe sticks around as well, so there will be proxy coming. We have the first Stalker being chronoed to deal with that Reaper. So far, one probe has died, but the Reaper does escape. Oh, or does it? Or does it? No. Stalker just barely misses it, so the Reaper does survive and will be able to dive in once again. And without any unit. Oh, the second Stalker does pop out just in time though. Just in the nick of time, and I don't know even if more probes will be dying. It doesn't look like it, they should be. One more, okay. It does get focused, but it also means that the Reaper will not be coming back. At the same time, Move is working on Gateway Robo proxy across the map. Not two gateways, but gateway with a robo. Oh, one of the stalkers did go across the map as well, and it will be focusing the CVs around here. As a reminder, the barracks of battle plans is still across the map. There is a factory which is building widow mines. But yeah, that is pretty much all of the production he has on this side of the map. This is already a very interesting game going on. The barracks is still floating above the base of the Protoss, by the way, so Battle Pants has constant scouting on what is going on, and I'm pretty sure at this point he is aware that something is not quite right either. That said, this orbital is already quite low and there are more stalkers coming. The Immortal should be just finished as well. Yeah, the Immortal is about to join the army. And while this Widow Mine is nice, I don't know if that will be enough to stop this army. Oh, there too. They do deal with the sentry at least, so that's a small victory there for Battle Pants. But this is still a lot of firepower, and this bunker only has one marine inside it. Factory is burning, there is no repair on this wall whatsoever. The bunker is all that stands between the Protoss army and this game. There are more marines, yeah, about to get out of the barracks, but the bunker is going down. GG is called, and Move takes the series 2-0 and continues to the next round. So yeah, very decisive game there. It was kind of funny because it was Battle Pants who started with a proxy, but it really looked like Move just said like, you know what, I can proxy too, and his proxy just turned out way more effective in the end. And just like that, he was able to take this series 2-0. Which means that he will be joining Deception in the upper bracket finals. So that will be our next series, but before that happens, we will be taking another little break. I will maybe get some coffee, maybe something else. But yeah, you know, we will be taking another short break to make sure that our broadcast goes smoothly, and after the break we will have 3 series. It will be the upper bracket finals, the lower bracket finals, and the grand finals. So those 3 series are coming. There will also be the random participant raffle. For those who don't know, this tournament does have a random participant raffle, which means that no matter what rank you got, no matter how you which round you ended at the tournament, you will be eligible for additional $5. And it's completely random. So again, it can be someone who is in the finals, it can be someone from the first round. So we will find out who that is in just a few short moments, a little bit longer, because it will be before the finals, but like in a short while we will find out how that goes. But until then, we'll be taking that short little break, and yeah, make sure to get some snacks as well, and be back here in just a few minutes. welcome! The polyester being is back! With Duckling Open, number 113, we are currently in the upper bracket finals of said monthly tournament. And we are on Ultra Low. We're in the bottom, we're in the right, top, right. Oh, the brain is gone. In the top right corner of the map, we have our blue Terran player. It is Deception. And across the map we have the red Protoss player. It is Mo. I don't know why Mo is such a good word to say. Of course, Ultra Love, quite a decently sized map. As the workers are passing each other in the middle. Mentioning this before, but yeah, this map is double colored. Half of the map is red, half of it is blue. Which kinda, I believe it kinda refers to how the most common color combination is the red and blue. It's the most standard. Although I will say I've been seeing the teal and orange more and more commonly, which is my personal favorite combination between the two. Is not whatever, Kuro. Pick your coffee, Kuro. Ooh, S. Okay, I thought that SCV is gonna block the expansion, but no, not quite. So Move was able to get his Nexus, and Deception was able to get his expansion as well. Move does scout quite thoroughly here though. I don't know if this maybe... Yeah, this probe is starting to hide here, but the Reaper does find it, so there will be no proxy coming here from our Protoss. Like, I'm just so distracted by the shiny things. Why did I put shiny things on this map? Oh no. Anyway, the Reaper is now going across the map. The Adept is there to stop it, and it barely doesn't make it. But it's enough to scare the Reaper off. It does not dive into the mineral line. Just gets a little bit of a scout of the main base. It will be going out of the base. Meanwhile, it looks like Deception is once again going for the Turax opening. Definitely seems to be his preferred style, the 2-1-1 in general. Already getting an eBay with upgrades as well. I feel like that's quite early. Meanwhile, Move once again going for a Stargate, which was scouted by Deception. Oh, Deception will be aware of the Stargate coming. We'll see though if he will be prepared. Because he has this bunker here on the front, he's prepared for a ground attack, but I don't know how much he actually pays attention to the air attacks. Like, will he be ready for an Oracle coming, potentially? And the Oracle is already in production. We also have a Robo with this as well, so once again I assume we will be seeing Phoenix Colossus from our Protoss player. Of course, making use of that new battery ability. Actually, it's not battery, it's Nexus ability, right? Technically? Yeah? No? Yeah, it's Nexus ability. Yeah. Anyway, the Oracle is fully charged as it leaves the base. Looks very smooth as it just flies by the Nexus to get the energy. And yeah, it's going right into the mineral line. There are no defenses here whatsoever, not even Marines. The Marines are right at the ramp, but they only now react to what is happening. It will be of course enough to deal with that Oracle, but nonetheless 5 ECB is going down and a bit of a lost mining time as well. As I said, Robotics Bay is on the way. We will most likely be getting into that Phoenix Colossus. some emote us to help as well. While our Terran player going for that 2-on-1 with upgrades. Already has +1 attack for the infantry and looks like it's planning to work on more, just focusing the attention elsewhere for the time being. Phoenix is also poking in, and this is not a hallucination, this is a real Phoenix. Oh, it looks like this Deception wants to snipe it down, he's looking for it. Yeah, move. Has to pay attention to where that Phoenix goes. At the same time, the first Colossus is on the way. There's not a lot of support army, which is concerning. Because Deception is getting ready to move out. He has 2 medivacs that Bio Army does eventually snipe that first Phoenix. And I mean, there is a shield battery here, but is this enough army to face this Terran? It may be. I guess we'll find out soon. It looks kinda close, but I think it should be able to do the job. But that said, move has to be in position as Deception is going straight into the main base. All of the units are on the front. And actually, it looks like Deception is focusing that robo there. The Colossal has been denied. The second robo is still in production. It has not been finished yet. And that's a really nice snipe there for Deception, empowering a lot of the production as well. So that was a great move there. Like, it was unsure whether or not he could take the main army, so he found the right timing, he found the army out of position, and he did use the moment. Didn't stay too long in the base either, just, you know, sniped what he could and left. So this double drop is now chilling at the top side of the map, while another army is coming across. So now those are two different parts, two different forces that move has to keep in mind. And there are these stalkers waiting for the drop. Oh, this is close. One of the medivac goes down, and so will the second without unloading. Unfortunate for Deception there, and the main army meets with the Colossus. Yeah, so unfortunate there for Deception. His like original drop was really good, but the second one doesn't seem quite as successful. That said, we have another force on the right side of the map, getting ready for its timing. Move starting with the spotter pylons to make sure he's aware of the movement of the Terran army. Yeah, and we see that the Terran army does meet the spotter pylon, so Move will be aware of it moving forward. The Colossus are here, the entire army is. And yeah, the drop is forced to load and leave as soon as possible, but the Phoenix is a bit of a problem. As it chases one of them in the back, doesn't quite finish the job though. Another drop is going towards the west. Get there with some more reinforcements following it. And it looks like Move is about to ready to attack himself as well. Protoss will be moving forward. It's a bit risky because once again there are those drops on the Protoss side of the map, so yeah, this may be a very risky engagement. At the same time, yeah, this drop is at the spotter pylon, so once again Move is aware of this, but he commits to the attack regardless. He does clamp the army together though, so he may be thinking about the recall. But yeah, the Colossus just shoot through this bio army. The entire base has been destroyed, and so have the 16 of the SCVs, so the entire mineral line does go down. Same time though, the drop is unloaded in the natural base of Move, but there are reinforcements there. Meanwhile though, the Colossus are out of support units. There are a few Zealots being warped in, but this is mostly robo units. And nothing shoots up. That single Viking is actually causing so many issues because there are only Immortals and Colossus here left. At the same time though, 24 SCVs dead and the Zealots are still dealing with that army. The Colossus will be sacrificed though, as once again nothing can deal with those Vikings. Meanwhile the drop was cleaned up, and yeah, Move will be taking game number 1. So very decisive game. Very decisive game there. So even though again I was praising Deception for that first dive in, for sniping the key components, the key buildings, and just moving away. After that it didn't work quite as well for him. Like once Move was on top of it, once he was aware of where the army is, he had that vision on the map. See, this is something I feel like at this point this is like a theme of the games that I cast in this amateur tournament. I keep stressing this out because this is something very important that often gets neglected. Vision in this game is so important. Like if you can learn to keep an eye on your opponent at all times, that is already helping you so much. That's why it's so important for Zergs to spread creep and even to spread overlords. Why it's so important to have those spotter pylons, those spotter marines and so on. Like it seems like it's not a lot, but if you're able to, cover as much map as possible, if you're able to decipher the movements of your opponent, if you're able to keep an eye on what's going on, you're not surprised by an attack. Like that gives you so much of an advantage in a match of StarCraft. So yeah, if you're an amateur player out there, definitely focus on getting that vision. And of course you still need to know what to do with that information that you have, but the vision is definitely important. And with that, Move is now leading 1-0, and we are going into game number 2. What league are those games? Well, the charter, this tournament is up to 4.2k MMR, so these players are around Diamond. Exactly which rank each of them is, I'm not sure right now. I would have to check after the tournament, but those players are around Diamond. So yeah, Diamond level tournament. As we have loaded into game number 2, and it is King's Cove Alley. We are now in the top left corner of the map where we have our blue Terran player. It is Deception. And across the map we have his opponent currently up 1-0. It is the red Protoss, Move. As my voice is starting to struggle, so I'm sorry in advance. Apologize in advance if my voice just goes out suddenly. Once again, nothing too aggressive on the beginning of our game. Both our players focusing on the macro in their own ways. So once again, Terran will be going for the Reaper expand into 2-1-1. Well, from the Protoss, I mean, that Phoenix Colossus build is working well for him, so might as well not change it. But we will see. So yeah, as a reminder, this is a monthly tournament. So if you are interested in participating yourself, if you are a Diamond player or below, then make sure to check out our socials, make sure to check out our Discord, and you will be notified when the January edition of the tournament will be going live. And you can then sign up and participate. We also have a sister tournament to this, Master Swan Open, which is for up to 4.7k MMR, which is slightly higher, generally around Masters, like lower Masters. It's kind of like a graduate tournament from Duckling Open. So if you are interested in either of those, then again, make sure to check us out and you can also participate. And yes, once again we see that Stargate opening from move, so I assume once again he will be going into the Phoenix Colossi. I mean, it went really well for him in the previous game. As always, he of course starts with an Oracle. But this time Deception is more prepared. He is actually putting those turrets in the bases. I guess it only in the natural, there isn't one in the main base yet. Yeah, he opts for the Marines instead, although there are 4 Marines. Are 4 Marines enough? Wasn't it a thing where you need 6 Marines for an Oracle? Well, I'm not quite sure, but I mean, it's still maybe enough to at least scare it off, right? Okay, now we're joining with a few more. Then instead we have that Adept harassing in the natural base. The Workers had to be pulled, and the Marines are joining here as well to deal with the threat, but at the same time that Oracle is flying in. So while the Marines are busy over here, I mean, the Oracle has open base to come into. And the SCVs will be going down. The Marines are now rotating, but they are a bit stuck behind the other units. Ooh, Oracle goes down with only 4 SCVs dying. So, all in all, it looks like the pulls turned out to be successful, but I mean, still 4 workers have gone down. Plus a lot of lost mining time. Yeah, he does have an eBay for the turrets, that is true. But, I mean, that said, like, I noticed that Deception pretty much every game gets that eBay for the upgrades. Like, he's generally very safe in that regard, like always gets the eBay, doesn't really skip it. So I feel like regardless who he would be playing, he would be getting it. But it definitely helped him in this case. Ooh, but this Reaper is actually getting some kills, like Move is not reacting soon enough. In the end, only 2 probes going down, but still pretty nice. The Reaper is trying to find a sweet spot here, where the Stalkers cannot reach it. And it will be able to escape with its life. For the time being, at least. I forgot how colorful this map is in some parts. Meanwhile, we have a move out from our Terran player. Deception has this bio army. Something to keep in mind though, there are no medivacs. There you go, the medivacs are joining in, but they are not even close to the army. They have to catch up. So it will be a little while longer. Meanwhile, the Protoss army is on top of the ramp. Move is ready. And yeah, the Colossus will do a lot of damage, but at the same time, the Colossus is being focused and will be going down. The Immortal is going down as well, but I don't think, yeah, there's not enough units actually to take it down. The Immortal barely survives with only 14 HP. But yeah, the Medivacs were not here in time. Just as I said, they were not able to catch up with the army, and the entire army did go down quite quickly. Deception fought a little bit too soon with this army. I mean, to be fair, against the Colossus, like, even with Medivacs, this would be a hard fight, but yeah, I feel like maybe Deception went a little bit too early. Nonetheless, he is expanding to the third base, as it doesn't look like Move is planning to be aggressive yet. Protoss Plays, of course, is keeping an eye on the Terran as well, sending out some hallucination phoenixes. There's more Medivacs popping out. The factory is also producing, but there are no tanks on the way. Those are in fact mines. We do not have any tanks on the map yet. It looks like we won't have for a while. In the meantime though, we have another double drop going across the map. And we see Move is ready for it. I mean, he still has those units in the third base. His natural is a bit less defended, but he also has quite an interesting sim city, so I guess it depends what Deception will target. Does Move have an observer? It does, okay. Sometimes Move was able to park the observer, but for now it looks like he just has those pylons. It's also that one Reaper is still chilling here, by the way. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, because I don't know if Move maybe wants to leave the base soon. And that job is definitely waiting for it. So once again we see Move putting down those scouter pylons. He has 3 of them. He doesn't have one exactly in this part of the map. The Reaper does dive in and does meet its end eventually, but yeah, this part of the map is not covered by the scouting. Meanwhile, Deception is also sending scouts of his own. The Marines are being spread across the map. And yeah, this one will be going all the way across, but at the same time Move is now on the move. He's going across the map, and is our Terran player ready for it? It looks like he is, but will he meet the army? Just barely spots it with that scouting marine. He's trying to go around it, but I mean, this is a formidable opponent. At the same time, the drop is moving in, but I don't think Move will be coming back to defend. Deception is trying to go from behind, and he does take down the Colossus. So now this is just Stalkers and Immortals, plus the Zealots, I guess. The Phoenixes are fighting Vikings, but it doesn't really matter all that much anymore, as the Colossus are gone anyway. And yeah, it looks like the Protoss army may not be winning this fight, but it still will take quite a lot. This is a close fight. Yeah, it looks like Terran just barely does not have enough. The Colossus have gone down, but the Immortals stand. And with the help of the Zealots, they have a nice buffer in front of them. 56 workers went down, as at the same time these Zealots were getting into the natural base. And even though Deception took an entire base of the Protoss at the same time, I mean, the losses for the Terran are just so much worse. The double drop is trying to come back, but that will not be enough. Move will be taking this series 2-0 and going to the grand finals already. So very nicely done there. Very decisive, very nice play from Move. He's generally very prepared. He plays very solid games. And yeah, and that will take him straight to the grand finals. As a reminder, because this is a double elimination bracket, that means that Move will be getting 1 point advantage in the grand finals. But that also means that Deception is not out of it yet. Because right after this series is the lower bracket finals. Where we will have Deception, and here's the funny part. Again, as this is a replay cast, I did not look at how the bracket progressed because I didn't want to spoil myself, obviously. But it also means that I actually don't know who's in the lower bracket finals. So that's funny. I guess I will have to look at the bracket and hope for the best. So give me a moment while I try to not spoil myself and also find out who our player is. I'm gonna cover it so I don't see it. And, yeah, I don't see the scores. How do I hold my hand so I don't see the score? Okay. So this is this is loser round. Yeah, okay. Lower bracket finals, it's Deception versus Battle Pants. I just realized I could have just opened the replay and see, but this is more exciting. Why? Zerg? Why Zerg? What? Casting tool, please. Okay. Look, the coffee is not working yet. The brain is not there. I really could have just looked at the replay, but I made it hard for myself. Okay, hopefully powered by coffee, my brain will actually be more functional. Because we have our lower bracket finals, and once again, as I said, Deception gets a second chance. He gets that lower bracket second chance, and he will meet with Battle Pants. This is, of course, even though this is a lower bracket match, it will be a best of 3. So, yeah, let's find out what happened. Welcome to Lane Nights. We are now in the lower bracket finals of Duckling Open number 130, where in the bottom left corner we have our blue Terran player. It is Deception. Deception. There we go. I can do this. And across the map we have our red Terran player, once again in activity. This time it's Battle Pants. Have we casted Battle Pants versus Deception? Have they met? Or was it Werehog? I know we already had a TVT today, but I can't remember which one it was. Battle Pants attack teachers. Oh my god. I mean, I will say Battle Pants is quite a name. It's very interesting, and now I'm kind of curious what the story behind it is. Because, yeah, there definitely must be a story to such a name. Anyway, we have that scouting SCV. He trying to bother Battle Pants a little bit, but yeah, was not quite able to deny the racks, even though it really wanted to, and I just tried to harass other workers instead. Not sure if that's wise, but anyway. That's it. That's that. Okay. 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 There you go. No wait. Uh-oh, we lost an SCV. Look, I was trying to deal with the chat, okay? Chat, watch yourself. You're gonna distract the cast, and then what's gonna happen? Anyway, we have 2 Reapers from Deception. Oh, interesting enough, Deception actually decided to completely ignore the ramp wall off. I mean, in TVT, I don't know how important it really is, so I guess fair enough. Again, for those who might have missed the beginning of the broadcast, I was told that Deception is actually a returning player. I believe he said that he hasn't played since Heart of the Swarm. Of course, he has the ranked game, so he has been laddering lately, but he hasn't been like super active. Like, he only just came back into the game. Only just started laddering not too long ago, so I do wonder, yeah, how he's... If this is like part of the fact that... If those are part of the old playstyles that he used. We have some interesting Reaper battle here, and even though Deception does lose the Reapers, he has the reinforcements coming, and that is enough to keep Battle Pants away. I'm now remembering he was playing Werehog, right? It was that TVT. Because Werehog was also having these Reaper fights, but Deception just always had more Reapers. I guess one game? Maybe? Look, I'm not known for great memory, okay? Well, it looks like this base will actually be delayed. It's a nice pick up there for Battle Pants, but he should not go up this round. Once again, Deception with a lot more units here. Reaper will try to rotate around, but it looks like all of them will be dealt with. Don't even land on the main base. Yeah, now Deception is free to go for a counter-attack. What do we have? I mean, the base has just finished and we don't have any units. That said, Battle Pants is working on Banshees. So they will be out soon, with Cloak no less. But for now, these workers are in danger, and I mean, the natural workers will be going down. Deception opts not to go up the ramp. I mean, there are defenses, they're prepared anyway. But instead waits for whatever comes his way from the side of Battle Pants. We also have a drop from Deception. It's a tank with Marines. So not the most usual setup, but still decently common. But it looks like it will be scouted by the Hellions of Battle Pants. So Battle Pants should be aware, but the thing is, did he actually see? Because, you know, as they say, it was in his vision, but did he actually see? It looks like he's forced to pull the workers off the line. The Banshee will try and help with defense, but it's not ideal, and the Marines are not quite there in time. So the drop does escape. And it will join the main push forces. This tank will be a nice reinforcement for this army. Deception is going forward. The Banshees are cloaked though, so without a scan they will be able to take down this tank at least. But I mean, Deception is focusing on firepower, takes the tank off Battle Pants, and will be taking down a lot of the workers too. Now with the scan ready, first of the Banshees is getting low. Doesn't quite go down. Oh, there you go. Now it goes down, but the second Banshee is still there, and I don't know if there's enough. I mean, there's still the Viking, I guess. So yeah, both Banshees go down. The single tank is trying its best, but it's actually being forced away by the SCVs as it's already very low. At the same time, there was the harassment across the map, and Battle Pants was actually able to take down more SCVs. Yeah, he did kill 10 to 7 of the ones that Deception took. So nicely done. As Deception was busy with that main push, like Battle Pants was actually able to sneak those Hellions through the front lines, and they actually got good damage. Series with a huge kill. I mean, yeah. Look, you don't anger an engineer, okay? They're scary. As the game goes on, we get more production on the way, more racks being set up on both sides, really. But yeah, definitely looks like Battle Pants is the one who is more focused on production. Actually, yeah, it looks like Deception is not making more production at all. Oh, now he is. Literally, as I say that, he puts down another barracks. But up to this point, he was just working off that 2-on-1 that he seems used to. And now it's time for Battle Pants to counterattack, to go across the map. The double drop is ready. And it looks like it's planning to hit that main base of Deception, but the turrets are on the way, so it won't be that easy. There's even a Viking patrolling as well, so Deception really is expecting the drop coming. And it should be enough to deter our red Terran. Well, or not. One of the medivacs does unload, the second one dies with most of it still inside. But this is enough to cause havoc in this base. Forsyth is already dead, and I mean, Deception at the very least is forced to pull the forces into the main base. There's a lot of lost mining time. And I mean, it's arguable whether or not this was successful. 5 SCVs for 10 Marines and 2 medivacs. Yeah, probably not ideal. The lost mining time is of course nice, but probably not what you want from a double drop. You know, Battle Pants is already gathering another army. Once again, because he was working on that production, he has so much more prepared. He can reinforce this army way more easily than Deception can. Deception only now is strengthening that production. Some of the barracks are still on the way. So while his army looks okay, it doesn't quite have the potential to grow as fast. Both our players are starting to saturate their third bases. And he denied combat shield. Oh, true. Okay. I did not notice that. Thanks for pointing out. I actually completely missed the combat shields. But that is true. The combat shields are only now on the way. And they're still quite far, in fact. First Deception has spotter marines all across the map, so he knows that the attack is coming and he's trying to set up a position. In fact, he's actually meeting the army ahead. We'll see if that's worth it, because both of our armies look pretty even actually, except for the Raven. Battle Pants does have a Raven, which can be a huge bonus there because you can disable the tanks. That Deception is setting up the ramp, tanks on both sides, so it will be very hard to go up. But yeah, he doesn't have that air advantage, as that single Viking is being sniped by the Vikings of Battle Pants. The medivacs now have to be kept back as well. And yeah, welcome to TVT. I hope you brought snacks. First of the tanks on the ramp does go down. I mean, I have to say, Battle Pants setup does look stronger, but I mean, Deception does have that ramp. So I guess the map position is more to his advantage. Oh, but Deception actually decides to load up a pretty big drop, 4 medivacs with tanks in it as well. Splits his army and decides to go around. Maybe he will go for a surround on this army, but no, looks like he actually does decide to go across the map. And while this may be a great move, like a lot of it depends on whether or not Battle Pants decides to commit to this attack. Oh, but there are so many turrets here. Can he do it? He just barely avoids the turrets. He drops straight on the production of Battle Pants. So there go the reinforcements. But at the same time, Battle Pants sees the opportunity and goes forward for the third base. There are not many forces here to defend, so the SCVs will start dropping soon. Both of our players are doing a lot of damage, but I think Battle Pants has a pretty good advantage here with all of those marines. He didn't even move tanks yet. That said, I mean, Battle Pants is also losing a lot of his production, like Deception is still in his main base. I don't even know if I should call it a base trade scenario, because I mean, Deception still has all of his production, but at the same time Battle Pants has a pretty strong army, so he can just move forward if he wants to. Okay, so the natural base goes down for Deception and Battle Pants is moving up a ramp. There are marines from Deception trying to defend, another tank pops out, but it's immediately being shelled by the siege tanks of Battle Pants. At the same time, the base of Battle Pants is also in shambles, so I guess it's just straight up base trade, whoever gets there first. The CV is trying to hold the line in the base of Deception, but all of them are dying 62 at the same time. Deception is out of SCVs. There's absolutely zero workers and he has no minerals to make some, even if he had a command center, but it looks like he will have none. The army of Deception is coming back and it will try to face Battle Pants head on, but the reality is, even if he does destroy this army, like, he has no way to continue. Deception drops on the army of Battle Pants. Tanks are trying to find us position, and actually it's enough because all of the SCVs of Battle Pants came here as well. Battle Pants cheers out. I think Battle Pants didn't know that Deception has no workers and no resources. I mean, he has no way to know. Am I wrong, chat? I feel like if Battle Pants knew, like, he wasn't losing, was he? I am not sure. Can you tell? I do not tell. Yeah, interesting. But yeah, GG is called. I mean, Deception was able to. Yeah, just see through the. I know, like you can. That's the thing about StarCraft. You don't have all of the information. But even then, like, interesting. Sometimes you get like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, because the whole thing is that, like, StarCraft is as they say, it's a game of incomplete information. So like, you don't know what state your opponent is at. So yeah, I guess I feel like if Battle Pants just kept playing, like, technically he would win because Deception had no workers. He had no way to rebuild the army that he lost. And technically Battle Pants still could. Like, I guess it's a matter of, like, how much army Deception was left with. Because if Deception had a lot of leftover and like Battle Pants lost everything and just wasn't able to remake in time, then I guess you could still argue that Deception had it, but like, in general, I feel like over time Battle Pants would take it. So yeah, a bit unfortunate, I feel like, for Battle Pants. But still a very, very close game. Like, it went down to the wire. Like, it was very close, TVT there, going into that base trade. And yeah, we'll see how it goes in map number 2. Entire production of battle plans was gone. I mean, true. But he still had workers and resources. That's the thing. Which Deception did not. I mean, it's hard to say because again, in the game you just don't know. Anyway, we are now in game number 2. We had the very close first game between these two. And it is now time for the second game. On Whispers of Gold, on the left side of Whispers of Gold, we have our blue Terran player. It is Battle Pants. And while across the map, on the right side of the map, we have our red Terran player. It is Deception. And Battle Pants decided once again, it will be enough of macro game. I mean, that macro game went really close. And now it's time to put the pressure on Deception. We are going for Turax. Judging by the gas, Turax Reaper. So we'll see how Deception holds that one, because I don't think Deception has deviated any like single game in this entire tournament. I think every time it's like either just straight up expand or Reaper expand into 2-on-1. I feel like 2-on-1 is generally his go-to. What he does with that 2-on-1 is another story, but like it generally goes for those 2 racks, factory and so on. But yeah, we'll see how it works for him, because I mean there were a few games where Deception made quite a few Reapers like early on, like he didn't stop Reaper production, so that's how it goes. I mean, still, like, is he able to outproduce a straight up Turax? I don't think so. And this time he actually goes for a Marine first, not for Reapers. With a bunker too. I feel like maybe he... Oh, okay, SCV did see the wall, so he knows. I actually missed that SCV, but yeah, he did scout, so he knows that there is a proxy. And now he sees the Reapers. So he has bunker near the mineral line. He has the Marines. SCVs are helping out as well. Meanwhile, Battle Pants sets up a bunker of his own in the natural base. But and even though the Reaper was harassing the worker, the CC did finish. So, I mean, who is ahead in this situation? I mean, it looks like Deception has a solid position here. I mean, his mineral line is protected, but he has to keep an eye on those Reapers because, again, as we just saw, like as this SCV was very fiery. But yeah, on the edges of these bases, like the Reapers can still do damage. So Deception has to constantly keep an eye on where the Reapers are, where Battle Pants is heading. He also cannot really mine from the natural base because the Reapers are dancing there, and there is a bunker too. But at the same time, I mean, he has a good setup, he is mining. So, I mean, it's not that bad. He actually tries to use the SCVs to trap the Reapers, but it doesn't quite work out. Still is able to finally focus 3 of those Reapers, so they will be going down. And it doesn't look like Battle Pants is easing up on aggression. More Reapers are coming. At the same time though, at home he's going for double CCs. So he is looking to transition eventually. He's just keeping the pressure on. But now Deception has enough to it. He just moves forward, he catches the reinforcements, he catches the Reapers as they pop out. And yeah, this offensive is over. Reaxes kind of awkwardly try to find a spot to hide, but with this many Marines, Deception should be able to deal with them fairly quickly. Another one though will scout the main base, and we'll see that third command center on the way. I mean, Deception put most of his production on the back of the base, so it will take a while for the barracks to scout it all, but it eventually will. And while the first barracks is on fire, so it will be going down eventually. So, yeah, looks like we will continue, but the question is, can Battle Bands master up a defense? Because, you know, you poke the bear, Deception has made a lot of marines, and now that he did, like, he's gonna do something with them. Cyclone joins the mix as well. And what do we have across the map? We have... Oh no. We have 3 factories, but the thing is, none of them is able to produce. One of them is, sorry, my bad. One of them is making a Helion. Now the second one is making a Cyclone, but because it was just finishing an add-on. But I don't think any of those units will be able to help in time. I mean, the Helion will pop out, so it will help a little bit, but with all of these marines, yeah, and just like that, she's called Deception will be taking this game and this series 2-0. So yeah, very strong plays there from Deception. Nice defense, and I mean, after the proxy has failed, like, it was very hard for Battle Pants to make anything happen. And just like that, Battle Pants unfortunately will be finishing his round, but Deception is moving on to the finals. The grand finals, of course. As a reminder, this is a double elimination bracket. This was the lower bracket finals. And the next will be grand finals. The grand finals, of course, is best of 5, as the finals are always best of 5. However, because this is a double elimination bracket, the player coming from the upper bracket gets an advantage, as you know, as a bonus for coming from the winner's bracket, from the top bracket. Move, who did win all of his series, he will be starting with 1 point advantage in this best of 5. So at most we will play 4 maps. And, you know, whoever wins, whoever gets to 3 points first will be the winner eventually. So Deception definitely has a slightly harder task in front of him, but I mean, not impossible. However, before we get to that, there is one more thing that we still have to do. For those who may not have heard, for those who may be new here, this tournament, as well as Masters 1 Open, as well as Sparkling Tuna Cup, all 3 of them have the random participant raffle. What is that? Well, if you have participated in this tournament, which means you have played an entire best of series. If it's best of 3, you play the entire best of 3. If it's best of 5, entire best of, and so on. You have to play at least 1 full series to be eligible for the random participant raffle. We want to avoid, you know, forfeits, people who just like sign up and don't show. But if you played, you may be lucky. You may be $5 richer. This is once again completely random, so it may fall to someone who is already in the finals. It may be someone who has lost in the first round. We don't know. Players don't know, and yeah, the chance. I said the chance will decide, but chance is also a player, so yeah. I should call him over to decide. Haha. Well, anyway, it will be completely randomized, and yeah, let's find out who is the winner for this Duckling Open. We have, of course, 8 eligible players, as all the players who have signed up and checked in have participated. We had no walkovers there. So without further ado, let me randomize. And today, the random participant raffle winner is Fist Serpent. Congratulations to Fist Serpent. I don't know if Fist Serpent is in the chat, because I believe he is Australian, so I assume he would be sleeping still or maybe waking up. But yeah, if you hear this message, Fist Serpent, then make sure to join the Machino, because you win $5 just by playing. See, you don't have to be in the finals to also get something. This is our way to also encourage, you know, people to participate, because I know that it can be discouraging if you just sign up and you lose first round and so on, but like, no, you have a chance to win. Even if you don't necessarily win all the series. So with that now settled, we are ready to start our grand finals. The two new players in our tournament, I don't think we knew either of them. I would have to double check if those are not aliases or something, but as far as I know, those are two new players to our tournament. I don't think they have played before. And we have our first game ready. Let's go it. Welcome to Frostline Elite. We are currently in the grand finals of Duckling Open number 130, the monthly tournament for diamond players up to 4.2k MMR. I mean bronze to diamond players. You can play if you are not diamond, like the diamond is the upper limit. Again, we are in the grand finals, so this is a best of 5 1-point advantage to the player coming from the upper bracket, as this was a double elimination tournament. And that player is our red player, which we will introduce soon enough. But first, in the bottom left corner of Frostline Elite, we have the blue Terran player. Coming from the lower bracket, it is Deception. And across the map with that 1-point advantage in the best of 5 series, it is the red Protoss player. It is Move. So by now we know a bit about the playstyles of both of our players. Deception generally likes to go for the 2-on-1 or variations thereof. Meanwhile, it seems like the preferred style of Move in the PvT is the Phoenix Colossus. So yeah, we will see how that works for either of them. I don't think either of them has really cheesed much. I mean, Move did have some proxy games, but it was mostly like a reaction to what the other player was doing. So yeah, we are expecting some macro games from both of those. Deception, of course, is generally a quite safe player. He always gets that bunker. He also gets the eBay usually. He can, of course, use it for turrets, but most of the time he just uses it for upgrades. Yeah. What is Move's opening here? As we have a Reaper already in the mineral line, and actually there is no unit to defend here. Nice micro though on the workers, only two of the probes falling down, but yeah, well now with that adept, the Reaper is being chased off. It does survive, just barely. And yeah, we'll see what's the next move. You have no idea how hard it is to cast with player names that actually mean something. You just become like overly aware, like hyper aware of the word that you're using. And yeah, it looks like it is once again that Stargate opening, so we are expecting there to see an Oracle into Phoenixes later. Meanwhile, the Adept goes straight into the main base. The wall was not up. And the Adept is able to get right into the mineral line. But actually takes only 1 SCV. At the same time, the Reaper once again did dive in and takes 3 workers instead. So yeah, definitely going better for Deception so far in terms of harassment. We'll see if that stays that way once that Oracle is on the move though. Oracle going across the map. Robo is already on the way as well. And what do we have? We have no turrets, that's for sure, and the eBay is only started. It's not finished yet, so the Marines just have to make sure that the Oracle doesn't do too much damage to this mineral line. And they are there, they are around. 2 SCVs do go down, but it's not the end of the world, definitely. And the Oracle does get dealt with. The Oracle has been destroyed, so there will be no more harassment from the air for the time being. Of course, the Phoenixes later can come in as well, but usually move does not make too many of the Phoenixes. They're mostly there to protect the Colossus. And sometimes for scouting, but really not much else. Yeah, sorry there is no bracket currently in the chat, as this is a replay cast, but we are in the grand finals of the monthly tournament Duckling Open. This tournament of course happened on Friday, but as we were not quite available to cast it, I'm covering it today from replays. We did cover the entire first round, the entire upper bracket quarterfinals, as well as semifinals, finals, the lower bracket finals, and now the grand finals of the tournament, as Deception is moving straight into the third base. Actually catches move a little bit off guard. The Immortal goes down, the Colossi are nowhere to be found yet. And yeah, this is just Gateway Army versus Bio Army, and that does not go too well for the Gateway, but probes are here to help out. They will help with holding this army, but it also means that a lot of the probes are dying. 17 are already down. And even that is not enough, as these Marauders make short work of all the Stalkers. And now they are demolishing the Natural. That is a lot of damage from Deception. First Colossi is about to finish. And I mean, it will help, but 20 probes down. So many workers dying, and the Marauders are actually chasing the Colossus, and they will take it. So I mean, even though Deception lost his entire army, like still he took so many important units for the Protoss. And this is not even the end of the aggression, as the reinforcements are already here. And yeah, that is enough damage done by Deception. Very decisive push there, and with that, Deception will be tying this 1-1. What is the MMR range of this tournament? This tournament is from bronze to 4.2k MMR, so around diamond. So in this later rounds, most players that you see here will typically be diamond, obviously. And in general, like for like those like MMR rank, like MMR restricted tournaments, typically you will mostly get players towards the upper ranks, you know, towards the upper levels, but every now and then you do get gold players, you do get silver players. It's more rare, definitely. But to be honest, I don't even think it's more rare because people don't want to sign up. I feel like a lot of times it's just more difficult to like inform the gold, the silver players that there is something to play in. Like, I feel like a lot of players in the lower leagues actually don't know that there are tournaments they could play in. So yeah, that is a bit unfortunate, but that's just how it is. That being said, we are ready to go into game number 2. Map number 2, I guess. As once again, we had that 1 point advantage here. Okay, chat. Just because you are lower level than the best players in the tournament, that doesn't mean that you can't play the tournament, okay? I always say that I played in Olimolik in open tournament with Korean players when I was silver. Did I win any series? Of course not. But I played quite a few interesting players, and that's always something, you know. That's experience. You get to actually play. Sometimes versus other amateurs, sometimes versus actual pros that, you know, you watch in those tournaments. And that is always interesting. Anyway, we are now on Whispers of Gold, where on the right side of the map we have our blue Terran player. It is Deception. And on the left side of the map, we have the red Protoss player. It is Mauve. How do you keep yourself notified about these lower league tournaments, says Zahira. Well, that's the thing. It's not easy. I did make the sign-up list, if somebody can bring up the link in the chat. Actually, I'm just gonna bring the link. Sign-up list. There you go. Sign-up list, originally I had it split in both pro tournaments and amateur tournaments, but since there are less tournaments in general, I just connected the two, so you can see the MMR range on that list as well. Other than that, Discords are generally a great way to find tournaments because you know, tournament organizers tend to share the tournaments between each other's servers, just, you know, so more people can know about them. So for example, we run our tournaments, we run the Duckling Open and Masters 1 Open, but also you have people at Magikarp Masters Cup who also run an amateur tournament, but at a more friendly time zone to, I think it's NA time zone, if I'm correct. But basically they also run amateur tournaments, but at slightly different times, so, you know, so different players can participate in different events. Every now and then Passioncraft has some amateur tournaments, but that are more like EU friendly, but I'm not exactly sure what their schedule is. So I feel like the easiest way really is the Discords, because people tend to share their tournaments on Discords. And of course, yeah, as I said, I did do the sign-up list, so hopefully we can get more tournaments on that list, but you know, that very much depends on which tournaments either the organizers add themselves or I am able to spot, you know, somewhere on the social media. So yeah, definitely having a hub for tournaments would be nice, but yeah. There is actually a tournament Discord. There is a StarCraft 2 events is actually a Discord that has been created with the goal of promoting events. So if you're able to join that, that's also a way to find it. Yes, you can also get notifications from Challenge, because most tournaments are made on Challenge. Most brackets are on Challenge, so you can also go that way. So yeah, unfortunately there is no like single hub nowadays. Like it used to be TL, but now not everybody actually posts their tournament on TL. So it's a little bit more scattered. But generally Discords are a good way to find them. Yeah, Charlie's saying that like they saw a tournament and the first sign-up is incorrect. Well, once again, we organize tournaments both for amateur and pros, so if you're looking for amateur tournaments, it's Duckling Open and Masters Phone Open. Meanwhile, you know, if you want more open tournaments, both with pros and amateurs, then yeah, then you have Sparkling to knock up, then you have Tenacious Turtle Tassel. But the Duckling and Swan tournaments are for the amateurs, so those may be more to your liking. Meanwhile, we have a lot of racks coming from Deception. Once again, sorry I wasn't really commenting on the game, but we have similar openings from both our players, the 2-1-1 from our Terran player and the Stargate, the Oracle into Phoenix Colossus most likely from our Protoss. So in terms of builds, we have a bit of a repeat. Deception, of course, defended that Oracle pretty well, but did not kill it this time. So it's able to pester the units across the map. Yeah, in case you want to keep an eye on our calendar, we also have a Google Calendar, so that's also an option. If that is the preferred way for you to keep track of events. Yes, this small harassment force from Deception is now being dealt with. And yeah, that is a lot of production from Deception. I feel like usually he doesn't get the 2 to 5 racks this quickly. He's only now getting the eBay. That was the first eBay, right? He doesn't have a second one. No, that was the first eBay. So yeah, changing up the build a little bit. The Oracle is able... No, actually, I don't think the Oracle has spotted the move out as it was going towards the edge of the opening there. So I'm not sure if the Oracle was able to spot it. Nonetheless, there are units here. There's a stasis prepared as well, so Deception has to be careful about how he moves, because this is a strong Protoss army waiting for him. He does spot that stasis, so that's nice. We'll trigger it with a Marine. Hold on 1 second. I can pause. Unpause. It's so nice to be able to pause the game when you have to do something else. Yeah, we have the boys together with this push. The combat shield is not ready yet, but it's about to be. The Oracle goes down, but ooh, the Colossus burned through all the boys. Is that enough? Is that enough to take down this Protoss army? I don't think it is actually. The Colossus still look in good shape. Yeah, and the entire Bio army is gone. I mean, so is most of the Protoss ground army, but as long as the Colossus stand and there's no like mech support, yeah, Move will just take this game. I don't think that was a good fight for Deception. And he will GG out. Move will take game number 3. Map number 2, but game number 3... Look, it's complicated. Move is now currently up 2-1 in the series. And we're going into map number 3. As a reminder, this is a best of 5 series, so Move only needs 1 more point to take this series, to take the entire tournament in fact, while Deception needs another 2. So the stakes are getting high, and we are now on King's Cove, LA, where in the top left corner we have the blue Terran player. It is Deception. Meanwhile, across the map we have the red Protoss player, leading this series, only needs 1 more point to take it. It is Mo. Let's see. I mean, I assume we will see more of the same in terms of build orders, in terms of openings. Our players definitely have their go-tos. Aw, let's just pass each other. So yeah, I am expecting to see some 2-1-1 from Deception and some Oracle into Phoenix Colossus from Mo. And we'll see if that's how it goes. We of course have some worker harassment going on. The first Reaper is on the way, and yeah, we go into Reaper expand. And the expansion of the Protoss is also on the way. The Reaper is going across the map. The first unit is a Stalker, so it will be ready to defend from this threat. It actually stands right on the edge, waiting for the Reaper. But the Reaper decides to not go too deep into the base and moves mineral lines. Say he also uses this walling off his mineral line actually. Which, I mean, is definitely useful for Reapers because they can't just freely dive whenever they please. But then once again, we are seeing that Stargate. Oh, hello Raiders! Thank you, Rushi, for the trade. We are in Grand Finals of a Duckling Open of our amateur tournaments up to 4.2k MMR, which is Air Diamond. This is a replay cast. This tournament was actually played on Friday, but since we were not able to stream it, I am casting it today. So normally the streams are a little bit earlier than today, but this is an unusual European time broadcast. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed your stream, and welcome Raiders. Okay, we don't have a starport from Deception yet. I see that he's putting that SCV there, so maybe he is going for it, but it looks like he decided to go for a Widow Mine first. Yeah, he is getting that starport. Deception typically seems to be going for a 2-1-1 kind of openings in TVP, while Move goes for an Oracle first into Phoenix Colossus, usually. The Reaper once again dives in. It's not quite able to get into the mineral line, but at least gets the information on what is coming his way. The Oracle is halfway across the map. What do we have for defense? We have that one Widow Mine. I guess Deception got kind of tired of putting the Marines into the mineral line, and we'll see if the Widow Mine can hit the Oracle or if it will be able to dodge the shot. And so close. Yep, the Oracle does take it. Although a lot of SCVs also get friendly damage from it, so I mean, Not ideal, but it did its job. The Oracle has been dealt with, and from what we've observed in previous games, the move does not do more area attacks afterwards. Like, even though he goes for Phoenixes, like the Phoenixes are mostly part of the main army, they're mostly there for the air control, to deal with the Vikings and the likes, not so much for harassment. But at the same time, Move did take the third base, which he will now have to defend, because there's an army from Deception coming his way. It is a bio army, mostly Marines with the Medivacs, and also that single Widow Mine that killed the Oracle. I believe it's the same one, right? Yeah, it has a kill, so it is the same one. Looks like Deception is going for the natural base instead, but I'm not sure if that's a good position. I mean, he does catch the Gateway Army and the Immortal. The Shield Battery was quite far away, and actually, even with Shield Battery, this is enough firepower from the Terran to deal with this army. Deception is just going forward, completely destroying the Protoss. The third base is now in danger. It is under fire, and there are not enough reinforcement from Move to save it. So yeah, Move will just have to give up on this base at least. A Void Ray. Okay, that's not something we've seen before from Move. We actually have a Void Ray on the way. So this time Void Ray will be joining this army. Still, we're getting 2 Colossus at the time. 2 Colossi, I guess. And there's a Widow Mine drop from Deception. So both of our players are mixing it up a little bit in this game. Because again, the entire tournament they were mostly played similar builds. It looks like here in the finals they are ready to switch things up and see how that works. The Widow Mine drop is going towards the main base. There are no units here to stop it, but can Move pull in time? Well, the first Widow Mine shoots, the other one is not digged in. Dug in? My bad. Digged in is such a funny word. At the same time though, the main army of Deception is going once again towards the third. The Nexus have to be cancelled, but Deception does not overextend. Takes the base and moves back. Move is being pulled apart a little bit. Takes a third base on the other side instead. The Widow Mine once again took 2 probes. This Widow Mine has not been cleaned up yet, and yeah, only now the probes themselves actually deal with it. So yeah, we have quite a formidable army from the Terran, but the factory unit of choice is Widow Mines this time. So slightly different than previously. You know, it doesn't even look like Move is interested in Phoenixes this time, just got these 2 Void Rays. And for now the production from the Stargate has stopped. He's focusing on his ground army, getting charge, getting thermal lance. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how those compositions work out in a fight. Because once again, neither of our players have played quite this way before today. Of course, we also have a third base from our Terran, already being saturated. Move once again trying to take that bottom location. I mean, I guess this time you can count it as a 4th, as the third base is already operational at the top right side. And now it's time for Deception to move out. The combat shield is about to finish. We have 3 Colossus on the side of the Protoss. First Phoenixes are also getting out, so I guess we will be getting Phoenixes after all. Move sees the Terran army coming towards that 4th base and just straight up cancels. Isn't even gonna try to find it, to fight for it. But now the main armies are about to clash, and we'll see who can come out victorious of this engagement. Both of our players trying to find the best position on these ramps. As the Vikings are already getting some shot on the Colossus. The Phoenixes are going down. The Immortal will too. The Voiders are not really helping all that much as they're not great fighting Marines, but the Colossus definitely are. And with this SimCity, actually it looks like Move is holding this army pretty strongly, pretty well. He found a good place in the SimCity. Like the Marines just, you know. The Marines basically stood in a line which was ideal for the Colossus lasers. But there are reinforcements from the Terran already ready, and those Colossus are going very forward. The Vikings will able to snipe them. One going down, two getting damaged. I mean, the Stalkers will come to help, but there are only 3 of them in this army. And all 3 Colossus are going down to a bit of a mispathing, really. Players of this Gateway army, as well as the Immortals, are also quite vulnerable. Of course, there's not that much bio here, but it's enough to overpower this. All Immortals are going down. The Gateway army will eventually be able to hold this, but I mean, all these valuable units are gone now. We have a War Priest going towards the Terran. But at the same time, the Terran army is already at the base of the Protoss, going into the natural. The Vikings parking right on top of the robots, so if any Colossus pops out, they will be able to snipe it almost immediately. And where are the reinforcements from Move? They are not here. We only have the units that we see here on the screen. All of the army was lost and now it's being poured in, but it's just not enough. It's too slow. And Deception is rallying across the map. GG is called. Deception will be tying this series 2-2. We're going into game 5. Yeah, very nice. We will be getting a full finals, a full best of 5 there. I mean, full 4 games, I guess, of this best of 5. As was again, this is a double elimination tournament for this edition anyway. So Move did start with 1 point advantage in the series. And yeah, Deception was able to bring it back, and we are now in a tight 2-2 score. So this next game, this next map, will be the final map of this series and of the entire tournament, regardless of who will be victorious. Of course, I will take this moment as the game is now loading to remind you that this tournament, as well as Masters 1 Open, which is another amateur tournament of ours, as well as Sparkling Tuna Cup, which is open to everyone, all 3 of those tournaments are funded completely from Patreon. So if you want to support these tournaments, if you want to see them grow in the future, then make sure to check out the Patreon, because I mean, the prize pool are entirely funded via Patreon. So as long as there are enough people to support them, we can keep running them. Anyway, we are now in the final map, in the final game of this series, of this tournament. We are on Neon Violet Square, really. Where in the top left corner we have our blue Terran player. It is Deception. And across the map, in the bottom right corner, we have the red Protoss player. He started with a 1-0 advantage. He came from the upper bracket, but he is struggling a little bit here in this series. It is Move. So sorry if I'm like half whispering, but it has actually gotten quite late. It is past 10 p.m. now, where I am. So I don't want to annoy my neighbors too much. So once again, this last game, I mean, we still saw similar openings from both of our players, but the follow-ups had a bit more variation to them. So I do wonder if we're gonna come back to more of the default playstyle that they showcased before, or if they're gonna try to experiment a bit more. For the time being, we have expansion from the Protoss, expansion from the Terran, Reaper going across the map, no more Reapers after that following, and then units for the time being. Oh, the Reaper is actually chasing the probe outside. Where did the Reaper go? They did chase that scouting probe, making sure that Mood does not get too much information early on. And the CC can progress without delay. Meanwhile, across the map, the Adept is already waiting for the Reaper. Let's see how that fight goes. And Stalker is here to help as well. Reaper will try to find another way in, but I don't think there's any cliffs here. So he just has to chill and wait for his moment. You know what, again, we have that Stargate from Move, we have the Robo as well. So it will be, once again, I assume it will be Phoenix Colossus. Maybe once again he will mix it up a little bit. But I am expecting a very similar build there. Meanwhile, on the side of the Terran, I was going to say we have more of the same, but that is actually not true. Usually we see a 2-1-1 from Deception, but this time it's just 1-1-1. There is no second Drax. There is a Liberator instead though. So Deception will try to get some harassment that way. But the Oracle is already going across the map, and is he ready? Yes, he is. He has once again that Widow Mine hidden in the minerals, in the SCVs. It is quite far, it is in the middle, but it should be enough. That said, Move actually decides not to go across the map with that Oracle, as he notices that, I mean, there are some units coming here. He decides to be safe, he decides to go for a status instead. And there are more Marines coming, there's a tank as well. The first Colossus from the Protoss is also on the way. But it's not even halfway done, so it will be a while before it's out. The Observer, of course, parked in front of the bases of Moon, so he can see the army waiting for him. There is no high ground vision for the Terran. Ooh, and actually all of the Marines are getting caught in that stasis. A single Marine is trying to give some vision, but it's not quite enough, and with that this tank will be dealt with. This Liberator gets caught as well. And the Marines are kinda, you know, waiting for their part as well. And that's it, they're able to get a few units down at least. Colossus is a bit undecisive, but eventually the entire attack is dealt with, but oh, as all of this was happening, the second Liberator was in the main base and 15 probes did go down. Even I didn't notice that. And neither did Move apparently. He was so busy focusing on the defense that he missed the Liberator and lost so many workers to it. Now the Oracle is finally moving across the map, but that Widow Mine is still there. So it's still not quite safe to actually do harassment. It may be able to get a few of those workers on the edge. If Move notices them. But don't worry about it. But yeah, once again, Move is too busy back at home dealing with those Liberators. This time the natural mineral line was in danger, so we had to pull away. And yeah, he doesn't have enough anti-air units to deal with that. He only has one Stalker and some sentries, and that's not good army to deal with the Liberators, and more of the Stalkers are busy in the main base dealing with more harassment, so yeah, very nicely done there from Deception to pull the defenses of Move apart. Looks like Move isn't quite able to deal with all of those at once. The Oracle once again went back home. So I guess yeah, Move decided against diving in as he was not quite able to focus on it. That said, yeah, we have all the Liberators done. We have like all of the Liberators have went down. Of course, Move has no way of knowing that. But there's no more harassment from the Liberators coming anytime soon. So now that it seems to be dealt with, Move is going finally across the map with that Oracle. Actually, oh, he was about to skip this main base. Oh, ooh, that's very smart. He doesn't dive in. He goes for his stasis instead, which is much safer. He also blocks the pocket base. But the Vikings will be able to deal with that Oracle eventually. Still a nice bit of damage here, taking all these SCVs. They will have to be once again assigned back to the minerals. But there are now 4 Colossi. Gateway army to support as well. Hallucination Phoenix is sent across the map to see, it was a fun one, to see how the production Deception is doing. This met with the army though. And what do we have in the army? We have some bio units, with combat shields on them of course. We have marines, we have marauders, we have tanks, and we have a bunch of Vikings. So this Colossus won't be all that scary. Move is starting to make spotter pylons to be alerted ahead of time whenever the Terran is attacking. It's getting Twilight Council and we'll be working on the upgrades soon enough as well. Meanwhile, Deception is actually taking a forward base here at the gold. It's the 4th base of the Terran, although we have to keep in mind that the pocket base is only, as we call it, a half base. It only has 4 mineral patches, so it's not as rich as a regular one. A scan for Deception, I think he saw, yeah, now for sure he saw the entire army. Well, the Widow Mine is very adventurous, but I don't think we will be able to do much. But yeah, Move is taking a base in front of his round. And looks like both our players are building up their army. They are getting ready for that attack. And we are kind of waiting for the armies to rush. Charge is on the way, so are the upgrades. Dental Archives has been started. Meanwhile, the Terran also getting upgrades for the vehicles and the infantry. Move once again has this really nice observer right in the middle of the ramp, so he can see all of the units going around. He knows exactly what is being reinforced in the army. And the first ghosts are on the way. So EMPs will be available for the next fight. So we will have very proper compositions for this final game today. Deception is completely trying to avoid the pachinko. He doesn't want to get stuck in the blocks. We'll try to approach the Protoss from this side. I mean, this is a nice open space. To be fair, is it better for the Protoss or the Terran when the space is so open? Is it better for the tanks or for the Colossus? Vikings are being card here, waiting for their part. First tank goes down. Phoenixes find the Vikings, but they don't quite... Yeah, they go for the tanks instead, and the Vikings are free to focus on the Colossus. Colossus have to move back, but that also means that the Vikings can deal with the Phoenixes now. And yeah, the entire Protoss army is getting destroyed. I mean, the Colossus are still alive. We still have the Colossi, we still have some Stalkers, we have the Immortal, but there's so much Terran here. The power of the Terran is overwhelming in this fight. The upgrades have just finished as well. Great timing there for Deception, and just like that, GG is called. Deception takes this series 3-2 and is the champion of Duckling Open number 130. GG! Hold on. There you go. As I said, I don't want to be too loud, as it is quite late, but yeah, congratulations to Deception. Really great series there, and I feel like over time, funny enough, over time, like the more Deception has played, like the more varied his game got, like, to put it that way. Like for like the first half of the tournament, he like had his builds and he was basically sticking to it, but then like he was like, you know, slowly incorporating more and more stuff into it, and like, yeah, in this final fight we had Ghosts, we had Vikings, we had everything. He played with Widow Mines before as well, so like, yeah, we saw a nice range of playstyles from Deception. And Move has been very impressive as well. Like, he got to the finals, to the grand finals from the upper bracket, and he played very well in his series as well. Always on point with the vision, like always sneaking that observer in, always having those spotter pylons. So yeah, very nicely played from both of our players. Deception ready for the biggest. I mean, I am not sure actually what his original rank was. I'm saying original because I was informed that Deception is a returning player. He has played before. I don't know at what level exactly, but it was like years ago. So he is a returning player. So it's very possible that he will climb very quickly, and he will, you know, graduate this tournament and go for the next one. But yeah, very nicely played to both our players. We're seeing some great games in this tournament, and once again, this is a monthly tournament. It's up to 4.2 MMR, so if you are in the range, then check it out. Maybe it's something for you. Of course, it's not happening at this hour, it is happening at earlier hours because it's mostly dedicated to the Oceania slash Asia time zone. Although we also have Europeans playing it, and we also have Americans playing it, funnily enough, even though it's an awful time for America. But there are some that do participate. So if you are interested, do check it out. Follow our socials. I will just put the comment in the chat. But we have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Mastodon, we have Blue Sky. We have all of these socials, so if you use any of them, feel free to follow us there. We have, most importantly, Discord. Discord is where we post all of our information. So if you want to be kept up to date with these tournaments and with our streams, then make sure to join the Discord, because that's where all the information is. There is of course the sign-up list that I was talking about before, which lists all the tournaments, not just ours, but all the tournaments that basically I can find around, that I've been adding to a list for the past few years. And other than that, of course, don't forget that this whole tournament is supported by our patrons. Like the entire prize pool of this tournament, as well as the Masters 1 Open and Sparkling Tuna Cup, is funded via Patreon. So thanks to our Patreon supporters, we are still running these tournaments and we'll continue to run them. Because, I mean, as long as people are interested in them, we will be there to host them. And of course, if you look at the bottom of our screen, we are very close to our next goal of 320 USD a month, which will allow us to boost the prize pool of our weekly open tournament. So if you are interested in supporting that, then make sure to check the Patreon as well. And yeah, the next tournament, of course, as I said, this is a monthly, so the next tournament is in January. However, if you are eligible for this tournament, for the Duckling Open, you will also be eligible for Masters 1 Open, which is up to 4.7k MMR, and that one is coming in a bit over a week. It's Friday the 27th, 28th, I don't remember what date it is, but it's in a week and a half, the Friday. So if you're interested in that, once again, check our socials, check our Discord. The bracket will be posted around Friday or Saturday, because usually I try to make the brackets a week ahead of time. So if you are interested in that, you can take part in that. If you are interested in specifically in Duckling Open, it will be happening in January, so wait for the announcement for January then. And with that, I believe that is all for today. I am of course Kuro, also known as 16 Squad Sanseki. I'm not the usual caster at CranKy Ducklings. Usually that is Light's part. I'm usually the one behind the scenes. I make the brackets, I make the overlays, I make a lot of spreadsheets, really, a lot of spreadsheets. I handle chatbots, I handle Discord, like anything that's like technical side of Ducklings, usually I do. There are some things that Light does as well, of course. Like, for example, Light mostly does the VODs, so most of the VODs things is all Light. So you have to thank Light for how many videos we are publishing. But yeah, I'm generally the more behind the scenes kind of person. But every now and then, for example, for these amateur tournaments or for Polish tournaments, and a few others, every now and then I come to cast as well. But most of the time you will be seeing Light VIP on this channel, and he will be here soon, in fact, because let me see, the next broadcast that we have is Picozar Monday, and that is in 3 hours, a bit over 3 hours. So of course I will be raiding another channel, because I don't think we will be staying here for another 3 hours, just live with nothing going on. But we will be raiding another channel, and in just short 3 hours Light will be back here with the Picozar Monday with some pro StarCraft, some really great games as well, because there is always a great time. Always some great players are signing up, so if you are interested in Light casting some professional StarCraft, then be here in 3 hours. Otherwise, we will see you guys later. We stream almost every day, pretty much every day on this channel, so if you are interested, make sure to give us a follow. Of course, before I forget, we stream on multiple channels. I'm not sure which channel you specifically, the reviewer, are watching this on, but we do have a Twitch, we do have a YouTube, we have Chisik now, we have Facebook, we have Kik. We are working on getting TikTok as well, so we are simulcasting, we are streaming simultaneously to all of these platforms, so whichever is your platform of preference, feel free to watch us there. And yeah, we'll be there. With that, I think this is all. I think I covered all of it. I will see you guys for the next tournament. I will see you guys most likely in the chat. But the next tournament I will be casting, that I already know that I will be casting, will be Masters 1 Open. So at the very least, I will see you for that. But yeah, other than that, see you guys in the chat. Bye.